Check.
Hello, check.
Students sitting in the back rows, please come to the front seats. We are about to start.
Om Amriteshwariye Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya. Good morning, all. I'm Dr. Sudha Arlikati, Professor and Research Head in the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures. And with me is my esteemed colleague, Dr. Vijay Dharmamoni. We will be your MCs this morning. A very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, faculty, staff, and students who are present today either in person or online. We are excited to have you with us at this inaugural day function of the International Conference on the Tsunami Risk Reduction and Resilience at our beautiful campus in Amritapuri. We have been supported for this event by our esteemed sponsors, who we wish to acknowledge very much at the outset. Gold sponsors Esri India and City Union Bank Limited, associate sponsor Federal Bank Limited, affiliate sponsor Union Bank of India, and technical sponsor IEEE, Geosciences and Remote Sensing Society. So let us start today's program with a prayer and lighting of the lamp, as is the tradition at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. May I request Mr. Vineet, a doctoral student from the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures, Ms. Amrita Sindhu from the Provost's office, and Ms. Durga from the Wireless Networks and Applications Center to come to the podium. Just a little bit of a switch. May I invite all the dignitaries who are on the first row to come to the stage and light the lamp. Thank you. Shubhamrita Swamiji, Shubhamridananda Puriji, Mr. Omar Fikriji, Mr. Chatura Linayan Raji, Mr. Ulhasji, Mr. Vinod Menon, and Mr. Ravi Shankar, please. Professor Ravi Shankar.
अमृतेश्वर्यै नमः। ॐ 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 ध्यायामो धवलावगुण्ठनवती तेजोमयीं नैष्ठिकीम् स्निग्धापाङ्गविलोकिनीं भगवतीं मन्दस्मितश्रीमुखीं वात्सल्यामृतवर्षिणीं सुमधुरं सङ्कीर्तनालापिनीं श्यामाङ्गीं मधुसिक्तसूक्तिम् अमृतानन्दात्मिकाम् ईश्वरी.
Thank you, Amrita Sindhu, Durga, and Vineda for that beautiful prayer. Now I request all of you to stand where you are so that you can join to keep a minute of silence in memory of all the fallen victims of the 2004 tsunami.
You may be seated. It gives me great pleasure to invite Dr. Arya M. from the Amrita School of Ayurveda for her Mohiniyattam dance titled Ashtanayika, meaning 8 emotional states of a heroine in love as she interacts with her beloved consort. 1. Awaiting union. 2. Longing in separation. 3. Proud in love. 4. Regret after a quarrel. 5. Angry with betrayal. 6. Deceived in love. 7. Yearning for an absent lover. And 8. Boldly seeking her lover. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Arya. Please stay back. Dr. Arya, we have a special memento for you. Please stay. Now I request Director of Amrita campus, Devidas Swamiji, to announce a token and appreciation, give a small memento to Dr. Arya. Thank you, Swamiji. Hope you all enjoyed that dance. It was refreshing. Now we invite to sit back and watch a short video highlighting our Chancellor Sri Mada Amritanandami Devi Amma's extraordinary response to the 2004 tsunami. The video illustrates how Amma's compassion-driven disaster management framework provided relief, rehabilitation, and recovery to those affected. Amma's organization's efforts have been lauded by government agencies, world leaders, and members of the United Nations as truly above and beyond. Now I request the team to play the video. Also, please switch off the lights on the stage.
On December 26, 2004, an earthquake measuring 9.0 on the Richter scale occurred off the coast of Indonesia's Sumatra Island. The quake spawned a massive tidal wave or tsunami which affected the shores of Kerala as well.
Amma's Amritapuri Ashram, the Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt, is located in the state of Kerala in southern India. It rests on a narrow peninsula cradled between the Arabian Sea and the Kayamkulam backwaters.
A seawall had been built to safeguard the shores from tidal surges. Around noon, the first wave swept over the wall, flooding one side of the peninsula with all its villages.
Amma sent instructions asking everybody to immediately leave the beach, move their vehicles, and return to the ashram. Her swift response saved many lives.
At 12:52 p.m., a much larger wave swept the entire peninsula.
Many villagers ran to the ashram for shelter.
As the water surged over the ashram grounds, confusion followed.
About 20,000 people were at Amritapuri, including 1,000 international visitors and 3,000 ashram residents.
Amma directed rescue operations from the first moment.
She immediately instructed people to climb to the upper floors of the temple and the other ashram buildings. A brahmachari stood waist deep in water and cut off the electricity supply, saving hundreds of lives.
The ashrams flooded and some of its property damaged, but not one of the people who were there was seriously injured. Amma sent brahmacharis to nearby beach houses to evacuate women and children. She directed boats to local villages to rescue survivors.
The people didn't know what had caused the flooding. More water could come at any moment. She determined that everyone should be moved across the backwaters to Amrita University on the mainland. She instructed that the villagers be taken first, the visitors next, and then the ashram residents. Before sending them across, Amma asked the villagers if all their family members were with them. She didn't want anyone separated from their families.
No problem, okay, but say no. Okay, passport, okay, no problem. Your family, okay? No problem. This going go like that.
The temple became the shelter for the cows and 2 elephants.
Boats transported people across the backwaters to Amrita University.
Initially, the Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt accommodated 600 families at the Amrita University, which consists of an engineering school, a computer institute, and an Ayurveda school. When the nearby government schools reopened, the ashram also provided accommodation for the 2,000 refugee families who had been living there. 6 ambulances from AIMS, the ashram's charitable hospital in Cochin, were sent to nearby areas in Kollam district to facilitate doctors and nurses in treating the distressed and injured. In addition, 4 ambulances each were deployed in the affected areas in Tamil Nadu and Cochin. From the minute the ashram set up its relief camps at Amrita University, the cooking began. Amma visited the kitchen to inspect the food preparations. Every day the kitchen used thousands of kilos of rice and upma or hot cereal and truckloads of vegetables. About 1,500 liters of milk were distributed.
The day after the floods, the ashram provided free land transport in the villages and food was served to everyone, including the police and the paramilitary forces.
Besides relief camps around Amma's village, camps were set up in other parts of Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh.
Amma traveled to the local relief camps.
Amma also visited the hospitals to comfort people who were sick and injured and their loved ones.
Amma sent a big group from the ashram, including the most senior disciples, to assist with the mass cremation rites. The group built the funeral pyres.
Gifts made public today by famous people. An Indian religious figure, the so-called hugging saint, has said she will give $22 million to rebuild homes in India which the tsunami has destroyed.
This pledge of over $22 million made international headlines and is one of the biggest tsunami relief measures by a single organization. It is inspiring people all over the world to help in whatever way they can.
The funds are being used to provide long-term and short-term relief. Include free permanent housing, education, counseling, and fishing boats. Short-term measures include food, clothing, medical care, temporary housing, and household essentials.
In reality, the actual worth of the relief provided by the ashram is much greater than its face value, since most of the services and labor are provided free of charge by thousands of Amma's volunteers from all over the world.
The rehabilitation and reconstruction efforts are taking place in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Pondicherry, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Amma's volunteers serve refugees at the Amrita University relief camps and the 12 government relief centers in Kerala. In Tamil Nadu, Amma's volunteers serve the refugees in Nagapattinam, Chennai, Kadalur, and Kanyakumari. In addition to serving 3 meals a day to over 3,600 families in the Amrita University campus, hundreds of volunteers travel from Amrita University to serve 3 meals a day to between 12,000 and 15,000 refugees in 12 government relief camps. In Kerala, a medical team from AIMS Hospital, led by 15 senior consultants, made rounds of all the relief camps. Their ambulances are fully equipped and even have the capacity to function as operating theatres and intensive care units.
Immediate problem കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട്
After the disaster, we visited each and every house and made sure that all the tsunami-affected people received medical attention. We had a team of specialists, including cardiologists and anesthesiologists. We had intensive care units with doctors working day and night. The way Amma's team of doctors took care of the patients was like how a mother cares for her own children. After the disaster, Amma felt that the mental tension of some pregnant women might affect their developing embryos.
As part of family planning measures, some village women undergo surgery to prevent having any more children. During the tsunami, several of these women lost their children. The ashram provided counter surgery for these women so that they can again give birth. Brahmacharinis and other ashramites spend hours sorting and distributing clothing to the refugees.
To inspire them in the midst of the busy relief operations, Amma joined them late one night and sewed a petticoat.
The ashram also provided essential personal amenities such as buckets, toothpaste and soap.
In Tamil Nadu, the district of Nagapattinam endured the most damage in India. Houses were demolished and fishing boats were destroyed. Thousands of people died there and many more were rendered homeless. Amma's relief efforts served 10 villages in Nagapattinam alone.
The immediate need of the people was food and medical help, and also some sort of mental prop to bring them back to normalcy. We were serving about 7,000 people 3 meals a day. This was distributed at 15 different camps. A lot of volunteers, students from our university, Amma's devotees, our youth, all of them joined together. Even some of the local youngsters got inspired and they also joined us. In fact, we had 300 volunteers working at a time, round the clock. We had also a medical team from Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences, Kochi. They, of course, moved all through the coast for about 80 kilometers from village to village. Each village they had visited at least 3 times. We could distribute all the medicines required, all the emergency help. Minor operations we performed because it is a well-fitted ambulance. And a third team of 40 people, they started moving about in the villages, talking, interacting, counseling. The governmental agencies have been extremely cooperative.
The ashram has distributed 40,000 sets of clothes in Tamil Nadu, 35,000 in Kerala and 15,000 in Sri Lanka. This includes shirts, kids wear, undergarments, saris and dhotis.
Thousands in the Kerala area were left homeless. The ashram volunteers immediately constructed temporary shelters to house them until the new homes are completed.
The first housing complex was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of Revenue of Kerala. The ashram distributed 15 million rupees or $350,000 among the 16,000 families residing in the districts of Kollam, Ernakulam and Alleppey for buying cooking vessels.
The fishermen have lost their interest in going to the ocean. It's not that they are afraid of the ocean, but they are in a different world. They must wake up from that state.
And they began to express to Amma their inner worries and frustrations. And one of the children mentioned that he's seeing nightmares and unable to sleep.
Amma asked Dr. Asha Pillai to work with the children and to let them make drawings to express their inner feelings. The children showed the pictures to Amma.
Kids made drawings of people holding onto coconut trees. Some kids didn't draw the ocean. They are afraid of the water. Those who drew the ocean also showed dead bodies.
Children who have lost both parents in the tragedy, free education and counseling will be provided, as well as assistance with their adoptions.
In order to help the children overcome their fear of water, Amma started swimming classes for them. Amma also gave them swimming lessons. On February 13th and 14th, Amma visited some of the worst hit areas in Nagapattinam and Pondicherry. In Tamil Nadu and Kerala, the ashram has donated 650 fishing boats, engines and fishing nets. Both mass and individual marriage ceremonies were conducted for hundreds of couples. All the expenses for the wedding, including the ornaments and the formal dresses, were provided for by the ashram.
Along with the group, Amma traveled to the hard-hit eastern shore of Sri Lanka. In many areas, there were almost no survivors and entire villages were wiped out.
Amma visited the Tamil relief camps in the district of Ampara. She urged the people to express their feelings and reassured them of solid support. She consoled about 5,000 people in Ampara and distributed saris and dhotis. Tamil Tigers, soldiers of the LTTE, Liberation Tigers of Tamil Elam, came to meet Amma.
During this month, it was not possible to go for work. May such a time not happen again. Now, we should learn an occupation that is possible for us to do.
Vocational training and jobs are being provided. Close to 2,000 youths from the nearby affected villages are being trained for jobs in Amma's institutions. 800 are being trained in the fields of nursing, plumbing, electrical and security, while over 1,000 are being trained to become drivers. In addition, hundreds of tailoring machines are provided for free. 75 women are being trained as tailors.
The trainees and students will receive 500 rupees as a monthly stipend.
Over 10,000 children came to participate in the 2 educational camps held in the ashram. The first one was held in the month of April with about 4,000 children from the Kollam district. In the month of May, 6,000 children came from the Alapi district for the second camp.
Teachers from Amma's institutions instructed the children in yoga, meditation.
In December 2005, the President of India handed over 500 houses to tsunami victims at the Amritapuri ashram in Kerala.
In many places, the ashram is not just building houses, but also roads, wells, schools, community halls and healthcare centres.
In June 2005, the ashram inaugurated the Green Shore project, which involves the planting of 100,000 saplings in the Alappad Panchayat, Kerala. These trees will help to protect the beaches from erosion. The local villagers themselves are helping with the planting of the saplings. The Kerala Forestry Minister inaugurated the project on June 5, 2005 at the Amritapuri ashram.
Thank you all for watching the video. Now, now we are transitioning to the next item. Before that, I request the team to arrange the chairs on the stage.
While they're arranging, we will just, once they arrange the seats, we would have our guests come onto the stage, and we will have the welcome address by our Provost, Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh.
I now have the honor of inviting our esteemed guests to take their seats on the dais. Sambuja Swami Shubhabrananda Puriji, Mr. Umar Fikri, Mr. Chadura, Mr. Ullas, our Panchayat President, Professor Vinod Menon, and Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh.
I now invite Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Manisha Ramesh is the Provost of Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, covering all 9 campuses. She is also the Dean of the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures and the Director of the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Communications. She has the distinction of holding the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development since 2020. As one of the world's leading scientists, she strategically combined various interdisciplinary domains such as the Internet of Things, meteorology, hydrology, geology, and data science to build the world's first AI-integrated IoT-based landslide early warning system under the direct guidance of Amrita's Chancellor, Srimata Amritanandamayi Devi. Dr. Manisha has been recognized in the world's top 2% list of scientists published by the US-based Stanford list for the 3rd time since 2020. And she's also the author of the book, The Embrace of Compassion, Indian Ocean Tsunami 2004, Swift Transformation and Community Resilience, which covers her personal experience of having survived the 2004 tsunami. Many of you will be finding that book in your bags, and also they're available outside if you are interested in having one for yourself. So over to you, Dr. Manisha, for the welcome address.
Om Amriteshwarye Namaha. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwarye Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwarye Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwarye Namaha. Pranams at Amma's lotus feet. Pranams to one and all. Respected Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction at UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia Pacific, Dr. Srinivasa Kumar Tumala, Head UNESCO IOC Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System Secretariat, Mr. Umar Fikri, Deputy Chief Executive, National Disaster Management Authority Maldives, Mr. Chadura, Director Preparedness Planning at the Disaster Management Center, Ministry of Defense, Sri Lanka, Mr. U. Ullas, Alapad Panchayat President, Swami Shubhamritanandapuri, Director, Mada Amritanandamayi Center, Europe, Professor Vinod Menon, Founder Member, National Disaster Management Authority, Government of India. A warm welcome to everyone who has joined us here today from around the world. It is with immense joy and pride that I stand before you today to welcome you to the International Conference on Tsunami Risk Reduction and Resilience, organized in collaboration with the UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, School for Sustainable Futures, and Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. 20 years ago, On the fateful morning of December 26, 2004, the world awoke to the harrowing news of a massive earthquake measuring 9.1 to 9.3 on the Richter scale, striking off the west coast of Sumatra, Indonesia. What followed was a tragedy of unimaginable proportion, a series of devastating tsunamis that swept through 14 countries, leaving behind a trail of destruction, heartbreak, and despair. In mere hours, lives were forever changed, with close to 230,000 souls lost to the fury of nature. Alapad village, home of the Amritapuri campus and the headquarters of the Mata Amritandamayi Mutt, holds a profound significance in the history of the 2004 tsunami. As one of the regions in Kerala worst affected by the disaster, it bears witness to not only the immense loss and destruction, but also to the unparalleled resilience. Gathering here today to commemorate the 20th anniversary serves a poignant reminder of the lives lost, the strength of the survivors, and the unwavering spirit of communities that came together in the face of adversity. The fury of nature, with its sheer unpredictability and magnitude, often surpasses human understanding and comprehension. Amid the darkness and despair brought by the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, a radiant light emerged not just for the people of Alapad, but also for the countless survivors across nearby states and countries such as Sri Lanka. It was the compassionate leadership of our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, Amma. Her guidance and dedication laid the foundation for what stands today as one of the most multifaceted, comprehensive, and sustained disaster relief projects ever undertaken by a non-governmental organization. 2 decades later, there is much to reflect on the lessons learned from this disaster, including in the areas of coastal hazards, monitoring, forecasting, early warning, preparedness, and community resilience. The conference revolves around key themes such as lessons from the 2 decades of tsunami risk reductions, tsunami response and relief operations, community resilience, advancements in tsunami early warning system, disaster preparedness and community resilience, mitigation measures for climate change impacts, climate change adaptation and coastal resilience, promoting the blue economy through sustainable practices, marine biodiversity and ecological resilience, psychosocial impacts of disasters, disaster risk reduction and preparedness across sectors. With over 40 eminent speakers joining us over the course of 3 days, we aim to ignite meaningful dialogues that will reshape the path of tsunami preparedness. I would now like to welcome our eminent guests who have graced us with their presence, both online and offline. We have with us today Dr. Sanjay K. Srivastava, Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction at UNSCAP. He has held key roles, including SCAP's Regional Advisor on Disaster Risk Reduction, Head of the SARC Disaster Management Center, and Deputy Project Director at ISRO's Disaster Management Support Program. A recipient of ISRO's Team Excellence Award in 2008-2009, Dr. Srivastava has over 100 publications in disaster risk reduction. His expertise includes early warning systems, space technology applications, post-disaster assessment, climate adaptation, and integrating indigenous knowledge into disaster management strategies. I am fortunate to meet Sir in Thailand. Dr. Our adjunct faculty, Dr. Krishna Raghavan, who is also the former in UNDP and also adjunct faculty of ASF, has connected Professor Srivastava with us, and we had the unique opportunity to meet him. And he has, with whole heart, he was open enough to take up this conference and was part of all the planning also for this conference and gave us a lot of directions. And due to last minute urgent meeting came in that he couldn't come in person. Sir is online also. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for joining and guiding us. We are very happy to have Dr. Srinivasa Kumar Tumala with over 25 years of experience, specializes in ocean observation, advisory services, and tsunami and storm surge early warning system. He has held senior roles at INCOIS, ISRO, and as head of the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System IOT WMS Secretariat at Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, UNESCO IOC, and has managed large scientific projects and delivered impactful ocean-based societal services. Amrita University has a very long-standing collaborative effort with INCOIS initiated by Dr. Srinivasa Kumar Tumala, and we were very fortunate to work very closely with him. And even during his tenure at INCOIS, Amrita could sign an MOU with INCOIS, and we are working very closely with the INCOIS scientists in tsunami preparedness and making Alapat community as tsunami ready community. A very warm welcome, sir. We have with us Mr. Umar Fikri, Deputy Chief Executive of the Maldives National Disaster Management Authority, has over a decade of experience in social work and human rights. He oversees planning, the coordination and execution of disaster risk reduction and emergency response programs across the country. A warm welcome to you, sir. We have with us Mr. Chadura Liana Archigi, sorry if I have mispronounced, Director Preparedness Planning at the Disaster Management Center, Ministry of Defense, Sri Lanka. Mr. Chadura is a disaster risk management practitioner, researcher, and expert in disaster preparedness and planning, response and recovery planning, built environment, and building community resilience. He has an MSc in disaster management and BSc in physical sciences and has undergone several specialized courses in disaster risk reduction management, including preparedness, response, climate risk management, and resource mapping in disaster risk management. A very warm welcome to you. Mr. U. Ullas, Alapat Panchayat President. Alapat Panchayat has a population of close to 27,000 with 16 wards, with the predominant livelihoods of the people based on fishing. It lies between the backwaters and the Arabian Sea and was severely impacted by the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, with losses to countless lives and property. Mr. Ullas, a dynamic and visionary young leader, has been a steadfast supporter of Amrita University's initiatives, including coastal cleanup drives, tsunami evacuation planning, and awareness programs. In his role, he actively engages women's self-help groups, the fishing community, and ward members to champion climate change adaptation and capacity building efforts. We welcome you, sir. Sambujas Swami Shubhamrutanandapuri, Director, Mata Amritanandamayi Center, Europe, has been one of Amma's closest disciples and personal translators for more than 30 years. Swamiji frequently travels across Europe, offering spiritual lectures, organizing spiritual retreats, and teaching meditation and yoga. Through those activities, Swami shares Amma's messages of compassion, love, tolerance, and selfless service with people worldwide. Swamiji is one of the person whom youth always runs behind him. They love him. They really want to be around him because he's able to motivate them to selflessly serve the world. A warm welcome to you, Swamiji. We have with us Professor N. Vinod Chandra Menon, founding member, National Disaster Management Authority. He has over 37 years of experience in disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and public policy. In 2005, he was nominated by the Prime Minister of India as the founding member of NDMA, Government of India, with the rank of Union Minister of State, serving from 28 September 2005 to 27 September 2010. He also played a prominent role as the international coordinator for C20 India 2023 Working Group on Sustainable and Resilient Communities. He has been very strong pillar in working with us very closely with Amrita School for Sustainable Futures and the UNESCO chair in building community resilience initiatives all around in the different communities. His expertise over the years has been in the guiding light for us also on how to take forward these initiatives in a community scale manner. A very warm welcome to you, sir. A hearty welcome to all participants, partners, and members of non-governmental organizations who have joined us today from around the world. We sincerely hope that the conference serves as a platform for innovative ideas and impactful partnerships, fostering a more resilient and compassionate world for generations to come. The whole initiative of tsunami risk reduction and resilience has been an initiative which is directly guided by our Chancellor Amma. We have seen in front of us during tsunami how in every second Amma has directed each one of us who were also victims of tsunami to turn a survivor in a swift manner, and how she could actually motivate the whole community in an inclusive manner and make this community a very resilient community. There are a lot of unique features, unique approaches Amma has brought in. I hope this whole conference will give us an opportunity to learn a lot from Amma's efforts and initiatives, also the efforts and initiatives which has happened all around the world. There are a lot to learn and be prepared also so that we are adaptive and we will have transformation capacity to bounce forward and become more resilient and adaptive to climate change. This is the need of the hour. Extreme weather patterns, long-term climate changes, everything is affecting and turning from disaster to multi-hazards. So it is very important that all the younger generations need to understand their interlinkages and how we can cope up if something comes up in the future. I hope this conference will be a guiding light for that also. I would like to end with Amma's quote. Compassion is the most important factor in our lives. It is the first step. If we take this step courageously without fear, then all of our decisions and subsequent actions and their results will have a special beauty, spontaneity, and power. If we could transform compassion from a mere word into a path of action, we would be able to solve 90% of the world's humanitarian problems. Om Amriteshwaraya Namaha. Vishwaya.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha, for that hearty welcome address. I now invite our guest of honor, Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, to give the inaugural address. As Dr. Manisha mentioned, sir is unable to attend in person due to his last-minute work changes or commitments. Dr. Sanjay Srivastava has a PhD in Applied Physics and is currently the Chief of Disaster Risk Reduction at the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP, and works out of Bangkok, Thailand. Dr. Sanjay has been a lead author of ESCAP's flagship publication, Asia Pacific Disaster Report, since its inception in 2010, and the World Meteorological Organization's State of Climate publications for Asia and Southwest Pacific. Over to you, Dr. Sanjay, sir.
Thank you, colleagues. I hope I'm audible. My voice is clear.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, it's a real privilege and an honor to be here with you to deliver this keynote address. For me, it's truly a privilege, and I must thank and salute the team Amrita for giving me this opportunity. It's truly amazing to be here with you. I'm my sincere apology that I could not be able to be there in the present in person with you. It's because of the call of the duty, which I could not avoid. So when this invitation was extended to me by Professor Manisha Ji, I thought, what should I talk to the people who are so passionate, so committed, and brilliant people in academics, in social work, every walk of the life. So what value I can bring uh, through my keynote address on this important occasion. So based on this, I thought I have put some of our ideas together thanks to my team in ISCAP. So if you put my slides, I think uh, yes. So this keynote is inspired by today's context, where tsunami is seen from a multi-hazard lens perspective. Professor Manisha highlighted towards the end, we are moving from a single hazard approach to a multi-hazard approach of disaster risk reduction. So what we have done, can you put my slide, please?
Yes, sir. We are working on it.
Okay, no problem. So what we have done is we have looked at the areas, those regions which are known for the exposure to tsunami hazards in Asia and the Pacific. Yes, that's the one. Thank you very much. And yes, thank you very much. Yeah. So we have looked at the regions which are exposed to tsunami, but also exposed to many of the climate-related hazards. My next slide is going to start to begin with Indian Ocean tsunami. We saw a very heartbreaking video just now, and there are many videos in different tsunami affected countries, right from Indonesia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Maldives. This is a global context, a context of Indian Ocean's region, the impact that triggered all the waves. And here, this is just to bring to your attention about the lessons learned. The one lesson was the gap in preparedness. The second was a regional collaboration. You cannot manage tsunami without regional collaboration. And then this significant investment that came to early warning system. And this is enabled advancement in seismic and sea level monitoring, support more effective early warning system and risk reduction. So my next slide is going to tell you the context of multi-hazard. That's the reality of today's. The hazard, if you see climate change, that is the warming world, it has certain pattern of the hazards, which also related to sea level rise, extreme weather event. On the other hand, we have geophysical hazards where tsunami comes in, landslide, and earthquake. The third part is the hydrometeorological floods, drought, and tropical cyclone. But what happens? All the three hazards converge in certain location on certain people. So this is what is called a complex, compound, and cascading risk hotspots. What we have done in ISCAP, we have put this multi-hazard risk hotspots where hazards cascades and compounds and impact the people. So my next slide is going to tell you that where that happens. To look at those those hotspots where the cascades do happen or takes place. We have made use of the data from the multiple sources because we are analyzing multi-hazard data, tsunami inundation, vulnerability data, tsunami inundation. My colleague Dr. Srinivas Kumar is here. Then from ISCAP side, we have calculated the different impact scenario, and then we visualized the people who are in multi-hazard risk hotspots. So the next slide is to tell you I that these all the tsunami prone countries. There are 13 countries who are members of ISCAP tsunami prone. We have mapped out those countries with their multi-hazard risk hotspots, and you see their geography. And that geography also highlights these areas where there are major threat of tsunami as well as multi-hazard risk hotspots. The next slide is going to tell you, before coming to this slide, I thought I'd just tell you from a disaster risk management perspective, what is at the core of fundamental of your thinking, which is driven by Amma's thinking as well. The core is to protect people, locate them where they are, people in multi-hazard risk hotspots. So this SCAP analysis has done a very deep dive to identify the number of people who are in the multi-hazard risk hotspots. For example, you look at 20 million people at risk in Indian Ocean coastal region face significant exposure to tsunami and cascading hazard driven by geographic, socioeconomic, and structural factors. So you see the number of people in the midst of the cascading risk hotspots. If you take the breakup from the country wise, in Maldives, those are 53% of the total population. In Indonesia, the number is 7.26 million, India 6.2 million, and Bangladesh 2.93 million. Now you see where they are located is brought out in this analytical report. Among the people, which was you see the video of Amma, who are the most vulnerable. We have mapped out the women, the mortality rate up to 3:1 compared to the man. This is what was established in Indian Ocean tsunami. Very empirical studies from different part of the region. Then elderly population, people with disability. So you capture people where they are located, which country they are from, and which part of that particular country they are living in. And among the people, you identified the most vulnerable, including women, elderly, people with disability. So this is the fundamental of disaster risk reduction. We have to make sure these people at risk need to be protected in the event of the cascading disaster impact. My next slide is going to share with you some of the economy at risk. Economy at risk with 500 years of the return period. Our estimate says 203 billion is building stock exposed across 13 countries. This is a huge number. Out of this economic exposure to the multi-hazard risk, there are certain infrastructure, for example, the educational facility, health facility, the critical infrastructure such as power plant, seaports, which are directly exposed to tsunami and also other hazards, which is what we call the cascading disaster risk. Those building blocks, those buildings, where they are located, and what is the percent of their exposure. We have mapped out across the country, Maldives, and then Australia, Indonesia, India, and you see the exposure to the economy with such multi-hazard risk scenario. My next slide is going to tell you the environment part of it. You see the vulnerable ecosystem. We have again mapped out indicated where they are located. So the coastal ecosystem includes mangroves, coastal reefs, where they are most vulnerable and where they are located. In 2004, tsunami devastated 30% of the coral reef and 25% of the mangroves in ASEAN region. That was the assessment made. Then similarly, the 14.7% of the inland mangroves in Indian Ocean. And you see the key statistics in Indonesia, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Timor-Leste, and Australia. So you see the environment at risk, people at risk, economy at risk, environment at risk. The next slide is going to tell what to do to next. Something which is must extremely urgent is some of our the cities which are the growth engine, the engine of economic growth in most of the these coastal countries. They are also quite exposed to such a cascading and complex risk. Mumbai, for example, the suburban population. You see, this is a part of the risk, cascading risk ecosystem. Similarly, Aceh in Indonesia, Malé, Maldives, Phuket, Thailand. So you mapped out people at risk, economy at risk, environment at risk, and then you do a deep dive to show the cities at the risk, and projected annual loss could be 675 billion by 2050 across Asia Pacific, which also includes tsunami related impact. So my next slide is going to tell you, and this is the slide I purposefully chose for this occasion, what to do. And this is where Amrita Institute's Amma vision lies. How can we navigate in the riskier times what we saw just now in terms of the numbers? So the best that we can do, which Amrita is doing, is empower the next generation to protect the people, economy, environment, and cities to navigate the riskier times. And this year, International Disaster Day is on the same theme, empowering the next generation for a resilient future. And this empowerment could be of two kinds. Both Amrita Institute is champion of. One is technology, second is compassion. Technology with compassion could be a game changer for navigating riskier times. My next slide is going to going to share with you the technology ecosystem. The next slide, please. Uh, yes, thank you. I'm talking to the top technology mind of Amrita campus. Professor Manisha herself is a well-established expert in this area. But what I wanted to flag is you have seen the riskier times, risk becoming more complex, compounds and cascades. But at the same time, we see the technology ecosystem uh, advances in this ecosystem, which is built enhancing our capacity. For example, you see the range of the technologies on the top of it. But what this technology is going to do to disaster managers, and especially to strengthen the capacity of the people of the country, is going to expand our outreach, our capacity through drone, robotics, IoT. So this is one set of technology which is going to expand our capacity. They are going to connect people, things, information, cloud computing, 5G, IoT, and then improving data analytics and presentation of information with big data, AI, machine learning, virtual reality, and augmented reality. Human and resource as a resource. This is a very important advances with social media, crowdsourcing, citizen science, and blockchain. All this technology, if I have to cite one example, which I think the whole world recognizes, is the example of uh, Amrita campus, particularly landslide early warning system, which attracted last time prestigious disaster award. So my congratulations to the team Amrita, bringing all this technology ecosystem which I presented here in one place to avert the landslides. And that is what is something we always highlight as Amrita's great contribution to tech technology and protect the people at risk. My next slide is going to tell you that some of the advanced Amrita colleagues are very well aware. This is just to share with you. There are some transition which is happening in the technology ecosystem domain. It's moving from public to private. The moving public to private means there are, if you look at the trend of drone connected devices, earth observations, and then through cloud computing, big data. Now, what is the reality today of high-end technology is it's driven by cloud infrastructure and service or providers are big companies, the giants, Amazon, Google, Azure, of Microsoft. Data as ensembles, Skywatch, Mundi, these are the new reality. The new players are the data companies, Maxar, which has some of the finest constellation of high resolution satellite, Planet Lab, Spire. And then geointelligence, cloud computing, software as services. So if you take all together, we can navigate the riskier times. And this is just to tell you one number. Earth observation satellite, the investment from 2021 to 2040 is expected to move from 2.9 billion to 25 billion. But the value-added product of the Earth observation system is going to move huge from 42 to 97. My next slide is going to tell you what does it mean all put together. So next slide, please. So all put together is who is going to use this technology and take this to the people. So the one who are going to make use of it and take it to the people are startups to innovate, operate, and lead in DTech, in disaster technology. So we are transitioning to full stack of the futuristic technology ecosystem. In your specific context, it is important to understand, anticipate, and chart technology wave. This is what Amrita has done in landslide early warning system example, and build the partnership to lead, facilitate, and support. My next slide is all this cannot happen unless you have a compassion. And this book, I must congratulate to Professor Manisha and team, is something which touches heart and how technology and compassion you can bring together. And this is what is important in the riskier times to come. My next slide is at another inspiration of Amma, which I think touches all of us. What is needed today is that we begin to value Mother Nature as much as we value our own mother who gave birth to us. You see, this speaks volume about the compassion. My last slide is to end this keynote address is the word of the Amma, Loka Samanta Sukhino Bhavatu. I think this is where the wisdom, the compassion. So compassion, technology can help, and the new generation help to navigate the people, economy, environment at risk to a safer and resilient world. So thank you once again, my humble this is my humble apology. I could not be there. I was not there in person, but I really value this opportunity. And thank you, Professor Manisha, for this great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sanjay Srivastava, so much for talking about the multi-hazard risk hotspots and how we can empower the next generation for the future through technology and compassion, as we are being inspired by our Chancellor, Mata Amritanandamayi Devi. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Srinivasa Kumar Tumala, who also joins us online, Dr. Srinivasa holds a PhD in marine sciences and has made impactful contributions to the field of operational oceanography, coastal multi-hazard early warning systems. And he is currently working as the head at the Secretariat of the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System Framework of the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of the UNESCO in Perth, Australia. Dr. Tumala has been instrumental in strengthening the regional tsunami early warning system in active collaboration with 28 member states and helped in the implementation of the Tsunami Ready Community Recognition Program. So welcome, sir. Please begin.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can I actually share the screen, please?
Sir, we are putting it on.
The screen sharing is, it's disabled currently. If you can enable screen sharing, I'll try to share a presentation. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. We are currently enabling the
are you
option.
able to enable? Oh, yeah. Okay, yes, I have that now. So just, can you please let me know if you can see my presentation?
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay, let's try to put it in full screen. Okay, I'd like to, at the outset, thank Dr. Manisha and the Amrita University for giving me this opportunity to be present, to participate in this event, though virtually. My sincere apologies that I couldn't participate online. I'd like to also take this opportunity to acknowledge, colleagues on the dais, several of them whom I've been working with for past, several decades, and also Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, Mr. Umar Fikri, Mr. Chatura from the DMC of Sri Lanka, whom I've known for several years, Mr. Ullas, Swami Subhamrita Nandapuri, Professor Vinod Menon. Of course, I've worked with Professor Menon for several years, and he was working on the tsunami guidelines, actually, for management of the tsunami disaster. Hello, sir. And then all ladies and gentlemen, distinguished faculty, esteemed guests and students, a very good morning. So what I'd like to speak in the next few minutes in this keynote talk is actually, it follows up nicely with the nice presentation given by Dr. Srivastava and the nice video that we have seen earlier on the work of Amrita University, Mata Amritanandamayi. So I'll be talking about the Ocean Decade Tsunami Program. Now, we have actually come 20 years down the line after the big 2004 tsunami. We have made some progress, a lot of progress, I would say, on different aspects of the tsunami early warning and mitigation system, starting right from the hazard assessments and the warning detection, warning and dissemination systems, to capacity building, to community awareness and preparedness. Across all the pillars, we have made good progress globally and even in India. But then what is the future? What are the challenges? And then what are the frameworks, international frameworks that allow us to contribute, collaborate with different stakeholders, different countries, and then achieve better accuracies and better community preparedness? Now, that will be the scope of my talk. So how are the warning systems looking like today? So most of the effort in improving tsunami early warning systems or establishing tsunami warning systems, especially in the Indian Ocean, it actually started after the December 2004 tsunami. There was no warning system in the Indian Ocean region for tsunamis before 2004. There was a warning system working in the Pacific, and that was actually dealing with tsunamis happening within the Pacific, giving out warnings to those countries within the Pacific region, which was established in 1960s. Now, after the 2004, 4 regional systems have been established, which were coordinated by the IOC UNESCO as a very collaborative, international collaborative kind of activity. And these 4 systems currently working are in the Pacific, of course, which I mentioned before, and the Indian Ocean, which is called the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. There is a system in the Caribbean, which is called the Carib EWS, and then there is also a system in the NEAM. It's called the Northeast Atlantic and Mediterranean Tsunami Warning System. And each of the system, it comprises these regional systems. They actually work as a global system of systems and provides warnings to about more than 140 countries in the global ocean basins that are vulnerable to tsunamis. Now, there are about 13 tsunami service providers in the global basins. In the Indian Ocean, there are 3 such tsunami service providers. INCOIS, which operates out of Hyderabad, the Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, is one of the 3 tsunami service providers in the Indian Ocean region, which provides tsunami forecast information to 25 countries within the region. So that's how this entire global, regional and global system works. They are actually based on seismic and sea level observing networks, model simulations, computational and communication facilities, decision support systems, and standard operational procedures based on which, agreed SOPs, based on which different agreed products are delivered within the region. And then there's also a lot of capacity building and community awareness and preparedness that goes hand in hand with this upstream part through programs such as Tsunami Ready. In India, for example, now there are about 26 Tsunami Ready communities in Odisha, Kerala, Gujarat, Andaman Nicobar. All these states are now coming up with plans. This was also mentioned by Dr. Manisha before. Alapad Panchayat itself is actually trying to work together with Amrita University and KSDMA to actually enhance their capacities in becoming tsunami ready and getting the UNESCO IOC recognition. Now, that's something, a structured program that's happening in the downstream. So finally, it's the sovereign responsibility of the countries within the region to actually provide tsunami warnings to their citizens from the region that actually receive information from a regional system. And all of this has actually resulted in saving precious lives from seismic and regional source events over the past 20 years after these systems have been established. Now, that's actually something that we can actually, be proud of as, collectively, as having made good progress. Now, there are also several challenges, as have been evidenced by the recent events. Like, for example, you take the Palu tsunami in 2018, or the Anak Krakatau event in end of 2018. And then recently we had the Tonga event, which was again volcano generated. Now, some of these events have actually thrown up challenges to the tsunami warning and mitigation community to the scientists, to the managers on how such events can be handled. So that actually brings us to uncertainties in detection of non-seismic tsunamis, and then gaps in standard operational procedures and early warning chains, especially when you talk about complex near source events, and then public response capabilities, and so on and so forth. Now, these are the challenges that we need to address as we move forward, because this is a schematic of how the tsunami early warning and mitigation systems or tsunami warning centers work. They actually conduct tsunami hazard assessments, do the detection, warning, dissemination, and work on awareness and response. This is actually a schematic of, for example, say what happens in INCOIS or any other center, which actually has access on the left that you see those images of seismic stations, bottom pressure recorders, tide gauges, which communicate data to a warning center in real time. And then we have bathymetry and topography data that we actually use to generate hazard maps and risk maps, like the ones which Dr. Srivastava was mentioning before. We conduct tsunami modeling and then generate qualitative and quantitative tsunami warnings that actually then go to the public through the National Disaster Management Authority, the State Disaster Management Authorities, and then several countries within the region have actually come up with guidelines, like I was mentioning before. The NDMA has guidelines. Similarly, other countries in the region have their own guidelines to actually deal with and then disseminate these warnings to the public. And like I said before, the challenge is in the future is actually that about 75% of the earthquakes are 75% of the reasons why tsunamis are generated. And then there are other reasons such as submarine landslides, volcanoes, there could be meteor tsunamis and so on, for which actually we need to upgrade our warning systems. Now, this is why the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of the UNESCO, which I represent currently, has actually come up with a very ambitious program called the UN Ocean Decade Tsunami Program. So there is a UN decade that's currently happening, which is actually started in 2021, which is going out until 2030, which is actually a large multi-stakeholder, multi-country partnership under the auspices of the UNESCO IOC, which is actually, working on improving our, sustainable management of the oceans and so on. So one of the program under that is the Ocean Decade Tsunami Program, which actually aspires to develop the warning systems capability to issue actionable and timely tsunami warnings for tsunamis from all identified sources. Now, those sources are earthquake and beyond, the sources that I mentioned before. And then being able to provide warnings to 100% of the coasts at risk. That's the first objective. And then 100% of the communities at risk and are prepared and resilient to tsunamis by 2030. Now, this could be through programs like this Tsunami Ready Recognition Program. Now, these are the two high-level objectives. There is a science plan that has been developed, which has been approved by the IOC Assembly, of which there are 150 member states. All the countries who are participating in this seminar, in this particular conference, are like, for example, Sri Lanka, Maldives. They're all, member states of the IOC UNESCO, and all these countries work together in developing this plan, and of course approving this plan, and then make plans to make programs to meet these plans. So I'll not get into the key elements. I know actually I'll conclude my talk in 5 minutes, but then I will quickly run through some of the key aspects of this plan and where, as institutions, as governments, or as academic, research community, like for example the Amrita community, as disaster managers, where we could contribute. Now, tsunami risk knowledge, like for example in the Indian Ocean, we know that Andaman Sumatra subduction zone, from where the 2004 tsunami happened, that's one source. We also know that the Makran subduction zone is one source that can trigger tsunamis. Now we have this knowledge, but then we need to update this knowledge to be able to cover other hazards, sources of tsunamis, I would say. Like, for example, we are working currently with UNESCAP to actually assess the risk from Makran subduction zone. The last tsunami in Makran was in 1945. So is there a risk of tsunami, an impending tsunami from the Makran? What are the probabilities? Now, those are some things we are working in the IOTWMS together with Dr. Sanjay's team and several other scientists to actually assess that hazard. So this has to be done globally. Are there sources of submarine landslides? Are there sources of volcanoes that can explode and then cause tsunamis? Now, this is something we need to upgrade our knowledge on the hazard, then include, the vulnerability and exposure of different, infrastructure, groups of population, economic vulnerability, and come up with risk maps. So this is something we have to do. And on the tsunami detection and analysis and forecasting, Dr. Sanjay also spoke about drones and other new techniques that could be used. Now, there are several other, like I mentioned about seismometers, tsunameters, and tide gauges. But then there are also other things like GNSS stations, which could be used for tsunami detection, like, the land hazard warning system that is run by Amrita. So there are actually other networks and observing platforms like smart cables, coastal radars, remote sensing techniques. Could we use altimeters, a constellation of altimeters, to do real-time detection of tsunamis? Because the more information you have at the warning center, the accuracies and the timeliness of warnings is much better. And then there are techniques like, probabilistic tsunami forecasting techniques. And then once you have larger amounts of data, you can use AI and ML techniques or deep learning techniques to come up with, better forecast accuracies. Then you need to have high resolution bathymetry, topography data, and so on and so forth. So that's on the warning part, on the technology part. Then on the dissemination part, you could use several dissemination techniques. Right now we use sirens and so on, but then during a disaster, if the network fails, terrestrial networks fail. Now NDMA has come up with, for example, CAP as a protocol to disseminate warnings for multi-hazards. Now, this is something we need to scale up in the region. We need to be able to use satellite communications, which are much more reliable, and so on and so forth. So that's something on the communication. Preparedness and response, like I mentioned already, Tsunami Ready use a very nice structured framework to measure preparedness at the local level. It will be good to, enhance this. Within the country, there are initiatives going on. Recently, 26 communities in Odisha were recognized as Tsunami Ready by the UNESCO IOC and by the National Tsunami Ready Board, which comprise of experts from NDMA, OSDMA, and so on, and INCOIS and so on. So this is something we need to expand. Now, capacity development, again, a big role where research institutions like Amrita and others can play is actually to build the capacities, have structured courses that are delivered, regularly to all stakeholders in the early warning system. It could be warning center operators. It could be kind of communities like the Alapat community, which are working with closely. How can we scale up those capacities or capacities of the disaster management agencies, and so on and so forth. Now, this is something not only for the region, the country, but then for the entire Indian Ocean region globally, it could contribute. Like INCOIS as a category 2 data center, the training center, which actually delivers this. Now, there is also several pathways that have been given. So I'll not get into the detail. What I'm actually trying to put out a point is actually this Ocean Decade Tsunami Program provides an excellent framework for everybody to collaborate. So it provides cooperation opportunities by laying out the building blocks of what I've shown before. And then there's a science committee, and then there's an international tsunami coalition, Tsunami Ready Coalition, which actually seeks to strengthen partnerships. So different member states can work together. And then, there is a governance provided by the IOC. Under the Ocean Decade Tsunami Program, several projects are being put up that can meet those two broad objectives that I mentioned before. Again, institutions like Amrita University or other institutions, other countries can actually think of what programs. Like, for example, a single tide gauge, adding a single tide gauge can add, a huge, capability in early warning. There is a location with no observation. Putting one observation could be a huge contribution. Now, no contribution is very small. So we need to actually look at some of these things. We are working on a global network that could actually do the detection and then form a nice network that could be shared. And then this is the UNESCO IOC Tsunami Ready. So far, I spoke about this. There are 100 communities from 34 countries. There'll be thousands of communities within the country and within the region, maybe hundreds of thousands within the globe, which we have to work with to make sure, everybody is prepared, and end-to-end tsunami early warning systems ensure nobody is left behind and no lives are lost. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasa, for sharing your invaluable experience working with UNESCO and NCOIS, especially on the global tsunami warning systems. We are running late by 30 minutes, so I request all the coming dignitaries to brief their talks. So now I invite Mr. Umar Fikri, Deputy Chief Executive, National Disaster Management Authority of the Maldives. With over a decade of experience, Mr. Umar has held key leadership roles in disaster management and humanitarian organizations. In his current position, he oversees strategic initiatives to enhance disaster preparedness and response across the Maldives. As a consultant for the United Nations Development Program Maldives, he has played a pivotal role in drafting comprehensive national planning acts and conducting social impact assessments for environmental projects.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and participants, good morning. It is an honor to stand here and participate in this international conference. Um, I am deeply grateful for the invitation for Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and its collaborators, the UNESCO Chair on Experimental Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures, and the Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. Um, we are gathered here to reflect on the devastating events that happened in the region, the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Uh, Throughout the region, the tsunami claimed lives of around 230,000 people, and it reshaped the lives of millions of people. I think the video that was shown earlier in the ceremony, I think, is a testament to how the tsunami was able to change lives of many people from worse to hopefully better after the 20 years. For the Maldives, the tsunami not only left scars on our landmarks, but also forged a forever change how we perceive and approach disaster risk management. Um, when I accepted the invitation to participate in this conference, I felt like the thematic areas resonate very deeply with the work that we do at the National Disaster Management Authority in the Maldives, around protecting people's lives and livelihoods and our built and natural environment. Um, the advancements in tsunami early warning systems and the lessons from the past 2 decades in managing risks, and the growing emphasis on disaster preparedness and community resilience are what I feel essential topics that would guide the conversations for the next 3 days. I think I don't have a fancy scientific presentation like that we just saw, but as a young policy maker, I would like to highlight a few reflections on what I am expecting, and what would gather this conversation forward. First, early warning systems are the foundation of disaster risk reduction. In the Maldives, we have a very scattered island geography, and for timely early warning is a lifeline for us. We must ensure that advancements in technology are paired with accessibility and community awareness. Technology, no matter how sophisticated they are, is ineffective if the communities do not if the first of all, if the communities does not get the message, and even if they do get the message, don't know how to act on the information they provide. So an holistic end-to-end early warning system is a crucial foundation for the risk reduction work that we all are doing. Second, the lessons of the past must inform the strategies that we formulate for the future. The 2004 tsunami taught us the importance of integration, combining science, policy, and community knowledge together. This integration must extend beyond borders, and because disasters do not know boundaries. Collaboration among nations in data sharing, expertise, and resources is not just an idea, it should be a necessity going forward. Third, building resilience must go beyond our physical infrastructure. True resilience lies in empowering communities. When individuals understands risks and how to prepare, they become the first responders in times of crisis. This is particularly critical for a country like the Maldives, where reaching remote islands during emergencies poses a significant challenge. And lastly, we can't ignore the interconnectedness of climate change, biodiversity, and disaster risk. Global warming and shifting weather patterns are amplifying the frequency and intensity of disasters. In preserving our marine ecosystems, we not only protect biodiversity but also enhance the natural defenses that we have against disasters. Uh, for me, those 3 points is powerful reminder that we cannot eliminate natural disasters, but we can minimize their impacts by strengthening warning systems and fostering international collaboration like this conference, and investing in community resilience. We can save lives and safeguard our futures. I look forward to learning from the brilliant minds in this hall, and sharing insights from the Maldives experience. Together, we can advance the global agenda for tsunami risk reduction and resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Umar, for talking about how small island developing states like your beautiful Maldives is engaged in working tirelessly towards building community resilience and capacity. I now invite Mr. Chatura Ileana Rajige, Director Preparedness Planning at the Disaster Management Center, Ministry of Defense, Sri Lanka. Mr. Chatura is a disaster risk management practitioner, researcher, and expert in disaster preparedness and planning, response, and recovery. And he's worked tirelessly in trying to build capacity in Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, respected friends. It is a profound honor me to stand before you today at the International Conference on Tsunami Risk Reduction and Resilience organized by the Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. So, in fact, later on my keynote address, I'll try to, discuss in detail itself. So, as per the topic given right now, it's within 5 minutes, a way towards tsunami risk reduction and resilience in the region itself. So, when we talk about the region, of course, there are 28 countries in the region, as Dr. Srinivas mentioned. IOTWMS, Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation Systems. As the region itself, of course, we have to have more collaborations and integrations with the actions taken to mitigate the impact from tsunamis. In fact, this is a transboundary event which can be occur in the Sunda or the Akran, Makran or Java, that particular trench where we had these volcanic actions, or rather at the same time the earthquake activity. So since these tsunamis that can generate from submarine landslide, volcanic eruptions, or earthquake activities, and none other than these meteorites, something like that, technological impact also that can be generate tsunamis. At the same time, researchers found that the climate change impact also induce these tsunamis in the region itself. So from the region perspective, of course, we have to collaborate with each country to find solution in future to respond as a collective effort itself. So especially early warning have to be developed. So that's what IOWTM is working on. That is especially 3 service providers in the region. They are providing in tsunami or other earthquake informations and the risk informations for the countries vulnerable for tsunami. Sri Lanka itself, of course, we have a kind of a bad experience in 2004 tsunami. We lost 35,000 lives. At the same time, loss is about 1.8 trillion LKR, Sri Lankan rupees. So as the region, of course, we have to have more rehearsals like IO wave exercises, which will help us to, find out our preparedness level and the early warning dissemination capabilities, capacities, and all. So when we talk about the financing, risk financing, of course, we need to have more risk financing in the region itself, because if you spend $1 for preparedness, you can save $7 cost for response itself. So having that in mind, of course, Sri Lanka is striving towards achieving the tsunami ready country status by developing these institutional frameworks, legislative frameworks, risk governance practices from top to bottom. At the same time, operational plans and establishing early warning systems. That is there, but of course, the countries in the region also having the same experience individually, as Dr. Srinivas also mentioned. They are supported with the guidance and circulars issued by the IOWTMS. So in this particular conference, of course, we can take the learnings or experiences with each and every country itself, because this year is the 20th commemoration of Indian Ocean tsunami. So we have 20 years reflecting lesson learned, at the same time best practices, case studies, which will be help us to improve our system and have a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chadura Lenarachige, for explaining the efforts made by Sri Lankan government in improving tsunami early warning systems and strengthening sheltering and housing recovery efforts. I now we invite our Alapad Panchayat President, Mr. Ullas, to speak about the efforts underway in his Panchayat. Alapad Panchayat has a population of close to 27,000 with 16 wards, with the predominant livelihoods of the people based on fishing. The Mother Amritanandamai Amritapuri Ashram is situated in Alapad Panchayat. Ullasji is a dynamic young leader who is an vocal and avid supporter of Amrita University initiatives. Our students also will recognize him. He provides all the field support for around 20 Amrita PhD scholars working in Alapad Panchayat on various thematic areas. Welcome, dear Ullas.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ സ്വന്തം മാതൃഭാഷയിൽ സംസാരിക്കുകയാണ്. എനിക്കതാണ് കൂടുതൽ താല്പര്യമുള്ളത്. 2004 ഡിസംബർ 26 തീയതിയിൽ ആലപ്പാട് പഞ്ചായത്തിനെ ദുരന്തത്തിൽ ആഴ്ത്തിയ സുനാമി എന്ന ദുരന്തം കേരളത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ അനുഭവിച്ചത് ആലപ്പാട് പഞ്ചായത്തിലാണ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ 143 സഹോദരങ്ങളെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ആ ദുരന്തത്തിൽ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. ഞാനിവിടെ ആ വീഡിയോ കാണിച്ച സമയത്ത് എൻ്റെ കണ്ണ് വല്ലാതെ അങ്ങ് നിറഞ്ഞുപോയി. കാരണം ഒരു ദുരന്തം ഉണ്ടായപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ആദ്യമായി ആ ദുരന്തത്തെ അവർ അഭിമുഖീകരിക്കുകയാണ്.
I will try to translate the words of Mr. Ullas here, our Panchayat President. He was mentioning his happiness in being able to be here for this conference. And he was recollecting the incidents that happened 20 years back. Watching the video of the tsunami, said his eyes got filled with tears, recollecting those incidents that happened in those times and the impact that the tsunami caused on the lives. And 143 lives were lost in this panchayat alone. And it really brought back a lot of memories from those days.
ആ ദുരന്തമുണ്ടായ സമയത്ത് എൻ്റെ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക്, ഞാൻ ഉൾപ്പെടെയുള്ള എൻ്റെ ആൾക്കാർക്ക് ആദ്യമായി വെള്ളമാണെങ്കിലും ആഹാരമാണെങ്കിലും ഏതൊരു സർക്കാർ സംവിധാനത്തെക്കാഴി ആദ്യം അവിടെ ഓടിയെത്തുകയും അവിടെ ആലപ്പാടുള്ള എല്ലാ ജനങ്ങളെയും ചേർത്ത് നിർത്തുകയും ചെയ്ത അമ്മയെ മറന്നുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്കിവിടെ നിൽക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല.
At that time, when this disaster struck, even for the basic necessities like water, food, clothes, anything that we needed, he says, including himself, more than any governmental agency, it was Amma's organization that came running towards us. And he can never forget the help rendered by Amma and her organization to help the people of the Panchayat.
ഇന്ന് സുനാമി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒരു ദുരന്തമുണ്ടായാൽ ആ ദുരന്തത്തെ എങ്ങനെ നേരിടണം എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ കൃത്യമായ രീതിയിൽ ട്രെയിനിങ് ഉൾപ്പെടെ ആലപ്പാട്ടിലെ ഓരോ ആൾക്കാർക്കും അമൃതാനന്ദമയുടെയും ഇൻകോയിസിൻ്റെയും സംസ്ഥാന ദുരന്ത നിവാരണ അതോറിറ്റിയുടെയും ഒക്കെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ നല്ല ഒരു ട്രെയിനിങ് ഇവിടുത്തെ ജനങ്ങൾക്ക് കൃത്യമായി കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആ ദുരന്തം എങ്ങനെ നേരിടണം എന്ന് ഇന്നിവിടുത്തെ ഓരോ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങൾക്ക് പോലും കൃത്യമായി അറിയാം. അതിനൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ ആലപ്പാടിലെ ജനത എന്നും അമൃതാനന്ദമയി ദേവിയോട് കടപ്പെട്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
But today I can very proudly say that our Panchayat is fully geared and prepared to meet a disaster like the tsunami, as there have been training drills that have been conducted for the villagers, and with the work and the support rendered by the Mata Amrita and the Maimat, the INCOIs, the NDMA, I can say that every child in the village now knows what to do when a disaster like the tsunami happens.
ഇവിടെ ഞാൻ ഇന്നിവിടെ നിൽക്കുമ്പോൾ ദേശീയ പഞ്ചായത്ത് അവാർഡ് പോലും ആ അവാർഡിലേക്ക് പരിഗണിക്കപ്പെടുന്ന പഞ്ചായത്തിലേക്ക് മാറുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഞങ്ങളുടെ പഞ്ചായത്തിനെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ സഹായിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത് അമൃതാനന്ദമയി മഠമാണ്. കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം ഡൽഹിയിൽ നടന്ന ചടങ്ങിൽ ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട രാഷ്ട്രപതി പങ്കെടുത്ത ചടങ്ങിൽ ആലപ്പാട് പ്രതിനിധീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എനിക്ക് പങ്കെടുക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു ഭാഗ്യം പോലും അതിനുണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും ദുരന്തങ്ങൾ എന്ന് നമ്മൾ ഓർത്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. കാരണം നമ്മുടെ സഹോദരങ്ങളെ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോകുന്നത് എന്നും നമ്മൾ ആ സ്മരണയിൽ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. ഇന്ന് 20 വർഷം തികയുന്ന ആ ഡിസംബർ മാസം എത്തിയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ആ ഡിസംബർ മാസം എത്തിയിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും കണ്ണിൽ തിളങ്ങി നിൽക്കുന്ന സന്തോഷത്തിന് ഒരു പങ്ക് അമൃതാനന്ദമയി മഠത്തിനും ഉണ്ട്.
Recently, in the meeting held in Delhi of all the panchayats of Bharat, the Alapad Panchayat was awarded as the second best panchayat in the whole of the country. And for this to happen, I would want to thank Amma and the Mata Amritanmay Mutt for all the support that have been rendered. Without Amma's presence, this would have never happened. I could represent my panchayat at the function that happened in Delhi, and this function was presided by the Honorable President of India. In this moment, when he looks back at the 20 years of journey taken, the way this panchayat has come up, he has nothing but gratitude towards Amma and Amma's organization. And also he fondly remembers all those brothers and sisters who lost their lives in the tragedy, and expresses his reverence towards them.
ഇവിടെ ആദ്യമായി ഏതൊരു NGOയും കടന്നു വരുന്നതിന് മുമ്പായി വരികയും ഞങ്ങളുടെ സഹോദരങ്ങൾക്ക് വീട് നിർമ്മിച്ച് നൽകുകയും ഇന്നും ആലപ്പാടിനെ ചേർത്ത് നിർത്തി കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്ന അമൃതാനന്ദമയി ദേവി, ആ ദേവിക്ക് മുമ്പിൽ എൻ്റെ നന്ദി അറിയിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Again, expressing my heartfelt gratitude to Amma's organization for rendering us all the help in the aftermath of this massive tragedy that happened, right from building houses for us, taking care of us in every way. May I express my heartfelt gratitude towards the organization. And with these words, I would like to conclude my speech today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ulhasji. He's a very, very dynamic leader. And I remember when we went to the community to work on tsunami planning, evacuation planning, he was standing there with his panchayat members working with us very hard. So thank you very much. And now it is my honor and privilege to introduce and invite Sampujya Swami Shubhavananda Mundapri to give the benedictory address. You just saw how he rose to the occasion so quickly. We were all scrambling, trying to see who will take the notes, and four of us were running with our note papers, and he just like, okay, I'll take the mic and I'll translate. So thank you so much, Swamiji. Yeah, so Swamiji does not need any introduction. He He's Amma's closest disciple, one of Amma's closest disciples and personal translator for more than 30 years. He is a multilinguist. He speaks, I think, 5 or 10 different languages very well, and then many more in different ways. He represents the profound wisdom of Indian spirituality in a simple and practical manner, drawing frequently upon his personal experiences as Amma's disciple. And he also keeps connecting it to cricket, I've heard. So I'm very honored. And he's got lots of talents, great singer, poet, and so much more. So I invite you, Swamiji, without taking any more time. Thank you.
ॐ प्रेमामृतानन्दमय्यै नित्यं नमो नमः। ॐ अमृतेश्वर्यै नमः। ॐ अमृतेश्वर्यै नमः। Dr. Sanjay Srivastava, Dr. Srinivas Kumar Tumalla, Mr. Umar Fikri, Mr. Chatura Vianarchige, Mr. Ullas, Professor Manisha Ramesh, Professor Vinod Menon, distinguished dignitaries in the audience, delegates, faculty members, and dear students. I'm extremely happy and honored to be here for the inauguration of the International Conference on Tsunami Risk Reduction and Resilience, organized by the UNESCO Chair of Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, the Amrita School for Sustainable Futures, and the Center of Wireless Networks and Applications. 2 decades after the devastating disaster of 2004, it is crucial to hold conferences like this to reflect on our current preparedness for similar events, explore strategies to overcome challenges, and assess advancements in tsunami early warning systems. Such discussions also provide a platform to share the best practices in building community resilience, address climate change impacts, and examine livelihood vulnerabilities. Also, for the younger generation, I see a lot of students here, often referred as the Gen Z, who either experienced the event at a very young age or were born after it. I think they must be made aware of the resilience shown by our communities to rise up after this massive tragedy. And I'm sure they will also greatly benefit from the insights and the experiences of the Generation X and the millennials. In Hindi, there is a saying, Chota muh badi baat, means small mouth, big talk. It refers to a person with limited knowledge about a subject, but expressing opinion about it. Listening to all the keynotes of our distinguished speakers, I feel the same standing in front of you. Here on the dais and the audience, you have distinguished stalwarts from esteemed institutions dedicated to disaster management, who are the true authorities on the subject. However, having been a witness and a volunteer to one of the greatest disaster relief efforts put in Indian history by an NGO in the aftermath of one of the biggest natural disasters that this country has seen, I would like to humbly put some of my observations. It's hard to speak after so many stalwarts have spoken, and there may be some overlaps, some repetitions. I hope you will bear with me. The impact of a natural hazard is proportional to how well prepared we are and how resilient our communities can be in response. I remember a quote, I think it was by Benjamin Franklin, who said, "By failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail." And this wisdom, it rings especially true in disaster management. When we are not prepared enough, we easily convert a hazard into a disaster. To avoid this from happening, I feel that the focus on the 4 C's are very important. The first C, cutting edge technology. The second C is community. The third C is communication. And the fourth C is compassionate leadership. Let's explore the first, cutting edge technology. I think our speakers spoke a lot about it. We have made significant progress in developing advanced early warning systems and seismic data analysis to provide timely alerts for natural hazards, thanks to the remarkable efforts of our governmental organizations, the international organizations. For example, when the cyclone Dana hit Odisha in 2024, early warnings, swift actions, and well-coordinated efforts led to the evacuation of millions of people with hardly any casualties there. But we all know there is still room for improvement. And achieving this requires greater investment in research and enhanced support for local non-government organizations, the local NGOs, to assist in this work. And this can be a big game changer. Putting resource into hazard mitigation and emergency preparedness is perhaps the best investment a country can make. As Mr. Umar Fikri mentioned, as I think our Sri Lanka brother from Sri Lanka mentioned, that the more we put into prevention and preparation, lesser will be the expenditure in response and recovery. He mentioned about the figure, every dollar invested, in fact, can save us more around $10 or $14 when we have put efforts in the right time. But unfortunately, we are trapped in a reactive rather than a proactive development trajectory. Also, I feel the use of 2 kinds of AI is very important. Dr. Tumala spoke about the importance that artificial intelligence can play in prediction accuracy, in strengthening early warning systems, enhancing response efficiency, as AI can be used to process vast amounts of seismic and oceanographic data in real time, to detect patterns and predict tsunamis. And they can be integrated into communication platforms like SMS, WhatsApp, ensuring timely dissemination of warnings to communities. So this part of AI, artificial intelligence, is very important. Another AI that I feel is important and needs to be revised, respected, and deciphered is ancient intelligence. We need both artificial intelligence and ancient intelligence. I remember on December 26, 2004, when Amma was informed that the ocean waters had receded in an unusual manner, she immediately urged that everybody on the beach be moved to safety, warning us of the imminent danger of the waters rising again. I was one of the people she sent at first to get everyone back. But looking at the beauty of the beach, as the waters had gone in quite a lot, I too stayed behind admiring it. Amma had to send another resident to be very strict with everyone at the beach. And this saved so many lives. We all saw this in the video. It was also seen with the Onge tribes in the Andaman Islands. Anthropologists thought that after the tragedy, they are going to be completely wiped off. But all of them survived because the Aboriginals had this knowledge in their traditions, in their folklore, that waters retreating first will come back in speed as a high wall of water. They had this in their tradition. So if we can somehow revive these older traditions, this ancient intelligence, and couple it with artificial intelligence, our work in moving ahead can really be very, very effective. Coming to the second, communication. Communication is the key element that bridges the gap between early detection and community response, ensuring timely action that can save lives and mitigate damage. Communication, again, is a field that has advanced tremendously with time. In 2004, many countries lacked adequate contact information of their counterparts in other countries. I was hearing a podcast in which one scientist observed that on detecting the seismic disturbances, the responsible official from the Indonesia's meteorological agency, he sent emails to his counterparts around the region, not even phone calls, because he did not have the information with him. He did not have the contacts with him. The effectiveness of the technologies we develop ultimately depends on how quickly, clearly, and accurately information about their use is communicated to the at-risk communities. Public education campaigns that encourage people to take part in tsunami drills are very essential in ensuring that individuals know how to respond when warnings are issued. I'm so happy to hear from Mr. Ullas that our panchayat is fully geared in this. Additionally, combating misinformation, which can spread rapidly during crisis, requires proactive communication strategies. This is something we faced a lot in 2004. In the aftermath, sudden rumors that the waters were rising again would spread, leading to great panic amongst the villagers. So proper communication is also going to help us combat misinformation. Beyond logistics, communication is essential for addressing the emotional and the psychological impact of tsunamis. Survivors often experience trauma, loss, and uncertainty about the future. Listening to them with empathy, providing mental health support services was an important part of our organization's work as directed by Amma, which went on for months after the tragedy. Moving to the third, which is community. The third C, which is community. For communication to be effective, a unified and a cohesive community is very essential. For immediate response to long-term recovery, the collective strength and resilience of a community often determines how effectively it can bounce back from the adversity. As it's said, the strength of the individual comes from the community, and the strength of the community is the individual. Unfortunately, social isolation is the new modern plague. In a survey done in Florida, which is hit a lot by hurricanes, it was proved that 54% of the population there, they either do not know their neighbors or have very little trust in their neighbors. Can you imagine 54%? At times of adversity, our neighbors are our lifeline. We need to build up the community spirit. And we could see this community spirit in the village of, in the rural Alapad Panchayat, the region around our headquarters, where people were quick to report those who were missing. And this helped us locate so many people, especially the elderly, who were stuck in their homes, and bring them to the relief camp here. Also, Amma insisted on involving local communities in every stage of planning and implementing the reconstruction process, ensuring their full ownership, participation, and greater satisfaction with the outcomes. In the journey towards preparedness to meet such hazards, communities play an important role in encouraging people to take part in exercises like the tsunami drills and other precautionary steps. How true is the quote that resilience is not built in vacuum, it is built in communities. Coming to the fourth and the final C, which is compassionate leadership. Compassionate leadership is the backbone of disaster management, which adds effectiveness to all the other C's that we looked into. A compassionate leader possesses the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the ability to delegate responsibilities, all while remaining steadfast in the spirit of compassion. They know how to blend the strengths of the head and the heart and show that accountability and compassion can work together to inspire growth and resilience. They make sure that the response efforts are not just efficient, but also sensitive to the needs of those who are impacted. Such leaders, they know the way, they show the way, and they go the way. And this is what we saw in the tsunami relief work under Amma's compassionate leadership. We all saw this in the video. I wouldn't take too much time, but just to really look into the things that Amma did immediately and also in the long term. Right when the tsunami happened, to issue immediate orders to make the university campuses a relief camps, making sure the villagers are evacuated, transported to the campus, making sure that they have all the amenities ready when they arrived here, making sure that they had money for their immediate expenses, medical treatments for the injured, pledging 100 crores immediately for the relief work, ordering the ashram land not far from our headquarters to be used for building temporary shelters, serving 20,000 meals 3 times every day for months together at 22 places around the coast, holding children's camps blend with therapy sessions to relieve them from their fears after the tragedy, skill training for young men and women to become assistant nurses, electricians, plumbers, drivers, constructing more than 6,200 earthquake-resistant homes with proper piling and with an extra room on top to retreat in case of fear in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, in Andhra Pradesh, Andaman Islands, and Sri Lanka, conducting marriages for all those who had their weddings planned but had lost everything in the tragedy, building fishing boats for the fishermen whose boats were destroyed, building the Amrita Setu, the bridge connecting the island with the mainland for easy evacuation. The list can just go on and on. And while leading all this work, Amma was entirely accessible to one and all who wanted to unburden their grief to her, listening to the pleas of thousands every day. Ultimately, the projects undertaken by the MUT, it reached an impressive total of 500 crores. In all the places that we offered our services, Amma instilled the strength in the community that she has their back and they are never alone. I remember the words of the famous civil rights activist, Mary Angelo. She says, people will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. That's why even today, people remember Amma's work with so much gratitude. The disaster relief efforts led by Amma were a vivid and a multi-dimensional demonstration of compassion in action, and has set a template that will inspire organizations to follow for a long, long time. During one of the post-tsunami camps that Amma organized for the children and the youngsters in Amritapuri, a 15-year-old boy asked Amma, "This disaster has turned my life completely upside down. My mind does slip into anger, helplessness at times. What should I do to lift myself up?" Amma's answer was very beautiful, and I feel it would be the right message to conclude my speech. She said, "There are situations that arrive in life that are beyond our area of influence and control. However, it is up to the individual whether to give up or to accept the situations and convert them into stepping stones." She continued, "Imagine placing a potato and an egg into a pot of boiling water on a stove. The potato, once firm, becomes soft and weak. The egg, initially fragile, turns hard and closed off completely. When adversity strikes, you can choose to become like a potato, soft and weak, or like the egg, hardened and closed off. But Amma said there is a third alternative. Imagine putting coffee powder into boiling water. It transforms the water, spreading its fragrance around. And then Amma asked this boy, which one of these would you like to be? The potato or the egg or the coffee? And this young boy replied immediately, "Amma, bless me to be like the coffee." We also need to recognize that no matter how advanced the engineering and the preparedness is, there could be something bigger happening, and nature can still present challenges that surpass our expectations. The Japan tsunami of 2011 was a proof to this. Despite Japan's advanced disaster preparedness systems, the 2011 tsunami proved that even the most robust measures cannot always prevent the impact of a catastrophic event. In Amma's words, three factors that are important for our efforts to bear fruit is first, doing the right actions, second, doing them at the right time, and the third, praying for divine grace. Let us put in the best of our efforts in the present moment while continuing to pray that grace safeguards our beautiful planet. I wish this conference all success and pray for Amma's blessings to guide and support all your efforts. Let me conclude with a beautiful prayer from the Yajurveda. Meaning of the prayer is, may peace radiate in the whole sky as well as in the vast ethereal space everywhere. May peace reign all over this earth, in water, in all the herbs, trees. May peace flow over the whole universe. May peace be in the Supreme Being, and may there always exist in all peace and peace alone. Om Dhyau Shantir Antariksham Shanti Prithvi Shantir Apashanti Aushadaya Shanti Vanaspataya Shanti Vishve Devaha Shanti Brahma Shanti Sarvam Shanti Shantireva Shanti Sama Shantiredhi Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Swami Shwamananda Puji, for your enlightening talk and blessings for the event. It's always a delight to listen Swamiji's words, always filled with plenty of anecdotes. Thank you, Swamiji. Now I invite our conference vice chair, Professor Vinod Menon, to deliver the vote of thanks. This is the last item for today's morning inaugural session. Professor N. Vinod Menon has more than 37 years of working experience in public administration. I'll cut short. He is a former UN staff member and was nominated, as Dr. Manish also mentioned, was nominated by the Prime Minister of India as one of the founder members of the National Disaster Management Authority with the status of a Union Minister of State in the Government of India. He has been a consultant to the World Bank, UNDP, UNESCO, UNICEF, ADPC, Bangkok, Economist Intelligence Unit, and a large number of international NGOs and national NGO networks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think we have received several golden nuggets, and from Sampuja Swamiji, Shubhabhadanandapuriji, we have heard a lot more guidance in terms of how disaster risk reduction and resilience can actually happen, especially in a complex environment when there are cascading, compounding, and complex risks, as Dr. Sanjay Srivastava mentioned. I think the inaugural ceremony has been extremely outstanding in terms of several key messages which have come. Also, the very touching messages from the president of the Alapat Panchayat, and also our friends from Maldives and Sri Lanka, how they shared their experiences. We've actually had very insightful presentations also from Dr. Sanjay Srivastava from UNESCO Bangkok, and also from Dr. Srinivasa Kumar Tumala from IOC UNESCO Tsunami Program. So I think when I'm expected to be mentioning the vote of thanks, I need to actually also mention the blessings of the Chancellor of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, and also the founder of Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt, Sri Amritanandamayi Devi, the spiritual guru and humanitarian assistance leader who has touched the lives of millions of people and around the world. We have also the blessings of several others who have actually made this possible. This international conference on tsunami risk reduction and resilience has actually had several weeks of effort by large number of people, the faculty members, the research scholars, the students, and the volunteers who are actually helping every delegate, both attending in person and also several others who are attending online. I would also like to express my gratitude to the sponsors and the supporters, UNESCAP, UNESCO, Esri India, Union Bank of India, Federal Bank, GRSS, and others. We have a large number of speakers who are attending also in person and also attending online in the sessions for the coming 3 days. And we have resource persons from more than 15 countries, more than 40 speakers across the continents speaking. And I feel that actually we need to express our gratitude to the distinguished resource persons who are here. I would request Professor Ravi Shankar ji to come and express our gratitude and appreciation to Sampuja Swamiji. May I request Professor Raguraman to come and hand over the memento to Mr. Umar Fikri from Maldives. Actually, as most of you have seen, Maldives is a country below the sea level, and they had a cabinet meeting under the sea with scuba masks and all that. And at the same time, we also saw another cabinet meeting on the Himalayas when the Nepal cabinet met on the Himalayas. So you have both under the sea level. The climate change is actually making that. So Maldives, Mr. Umar Fikri, thank you. So may I now request Swami Achyutamrita Achyutananda Chaitanya Swamiji to come and hand over the memento to Mr. Chatura Leonara Chige of Sri Lanka from the Disaster Management Center, Sri Lanka. We are meeting after several years after meeting in Colombo. Thank you very much for the extremely valuable messages which you have given. May now request Dr. Nitesh to come and hand over the memento to Mr. Ullas, the president of Alapat Panchayat. And congratulations to Alapat Panchayat for being the second most, the best panchayat in the country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank each and every one of you, the people attending the inaugural ceremony, and also all the people who are attending online. Thank you very much. Thank you.
May I request all the dignitaries to stand on the stage for the photographs? Guests, please go outside for your tea or coffee. We have 5 stations, and please try to come back in about 12 minutes. We are running late. Thanks so much. So the one station is just outside here, but then there's also near the main entrance lobby, 4 more stations with coffee and tea. Thank you.
Ian? Yeah, you're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
Hi, Vinod. Where are you?
Hi, can you see me?
I'm just connecting here. Where are you? I can't see you at the moment. No, I can see.
I'm actually standing on the stage.
Right.
I'm standing on the dais. Actually, I can see you. Can you
I
see
can
me?
see you in the small
Yeah.
picture at the back here. So,
Yeah, right.
is it a tea break at the moment?
Right. We are having a small tea break, and I just wanted to tell you that your presentation is very comprehensive, but then we have the time limit of 40 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm aware of that, Vinod. Thank you. And thank you yesterday for your comments, Vinod. Were you able to connect with the last version for it?
I have been traveling actually, so I have not been able to go through that document, but I will try and connect online now. While you're making your presentation, I will take a look at it.
No, I corrected the what you suggested, and I sent you yesterday the corrected version. I wondered if that's the one that's got, because it's going to be controlled at your end, not at my end.
Okay, I will do one thing. I will forward that to the team so that
Yes.
they will actually be able to show that. In fact, we have 2-3 other speakers. The speaker from Maldives and the speaker from Sri Lanka will be speaking first.
Yes.
We got slightly delayed, so
That's all right. Yeah, I'm not in any hurry, Vinod. I fit in with you, and I will keep my remarks within the 30 minutes. And I've got a good timing here, and if need be, I'll speed up. It's just that they're going to control it. I'm just going to say next slide, and then they'll move it on. They'll do the controlling at their end.
Okay, I will do one thing. His presentation has to be sent to the team.
So it's not here. Huh? It is not sent to it.
Dr. Sudha Dr. Sudha here. Dr. Sudha.
Vinod, how do I switch from seeing myself on the screen to seeing you? I can see you in a small picture at the top. Oh, that's better.
Are you able to see me now? Yeah. Okay.
I can see you, and you can see me. That's fine.
Okay. Now, anyway, I will step out from here, and
You go and have a cup of tea.
I think we will wait for you. Thank you.
It's very nice to see you again, Vinod, and thank you for your help.
10 seats.
Dr. Shailesh Naik. Okay, we are waiting for Dr. Shailesh Naik, the director of the National Institute of Advanced Studies, will be joining us. Dr. Manisha, 1 minute.
Question announcement. Everyone, please be seated. Call your friends also inside. We are going to start now.
Okay, while we're waiting for the resource persons to join us, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you some thoughts on compassionate leadership, because Swamiji mentioned the 4 C's, of which he said compassionate leadership is very important. So I would request you to see whether you can take a look at a poem called My Soul Has a Hat. It's written by a Brazilian poet called Mario de Andrade. My soul has a hat. And it ends with 2 lines. We all have 2 lives, and the second begins when we realize we only have one. I will repeat. We all have 2 lives, and the second begins when we realize we only have one. And some of us with gray hair are on our second lives in many ways, and we are trying to see what is possible in our lifetime to see that we try to bring the resilience of communities at risk, not only in our country but around the world. So many of you may be aware that Amma Mada Amadandamai Devi was the chair of G20 engagement group called C20 during last year. And so this year, G20 and the presidency was with Brazil, and it has been now handed over to South Africa. So in 2022, it was Indonesia, and Indonesia handed it over to India in 2023. India handed it over to Brazil in 2024, and Brazil has now handed it over to South Africa. So Indonesia and India, Brazil, and South Africa, 4 countries from the global south having the G20 presidency. And our friends from Africa have also joined. African Union has now joined G20. So we have a large part of humanity, which is a part of G20. And so I would request all of you also to participate in some of those initiatives. So may I request Mr. Umar Fikri to kindly join the stage. So Mr. Umar Fikri from Maldives has already been introduced to you. He holds a master's degree in human rights law and policy from the University of New South Wales, Australia, where he developed a strong foundation in advocating for justice and equality. Prior to this, he completed a bachelor's degree in social work from St. Joseph's College, India, further solidifying his commitment to social services. So social work and human rights law and social justice is very important in humanitarian action. And so we have that. And with over a decade of experience, Mr. Omar Fikri has led key leadership positions in disaster management and humanitarian organizations. Currently, he's the Deputy Chief Executive of the NDMA, the National Disaster Management Authority in Maldives, and oversees strategic initiatives to enhance disaster preparedness and response actions across Maldives. And his previous positions include managerial roles at the Maldivian Red Crescent, a part of the IFRC, and ICRC, and you will be familiar with the role which ICRC has played during the recent conflicts. And so we have that experience of the Red Crescent, the Maldivian Red Crescent, and the National Disaster Management Center, where he's spearheaded critical projects aimed at building resilience of the communities and stakeholder groups. His professional contribution extend beyond operational roles and include significant involvement in policy development and research. And as a consultant to the UNDP Maldives, he has also played a pivotal role in drafting comprehensive national planning acts and the legislation, and also conducting social impact assessments for environmental projects. So disaster management and climate change are also very important. So we have Umar Fikri. May I request Mr. Umar Fikri to kindly come and share his thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Can I get my slides on? I've been tasked with sharing the Maldives experience around enhancing disaster preparedness and resilience. When I was doing this presentation, I thought, I should make it context specific. So I should also explain a bit about the Maldives and since the tsunami in 2004, the 20 years where it had taken, and how that has changed, the way we think about, community resilience, and how do we enhance the preparedness of our local communities so that we are ready for the next big event. So my presentation is going to be more like a story on giving a bit of context building, and then telling you, what has happened, and how that has, changed the way that we implement disaster risk reduction and preparedness plans in the Maldives. Next slide. Yeah. So pre-tsunami, pre-2004, the Maldives was, as you would know, it's a small island developing state in the middle of Indian Ocean. Even though we are brothers in the South Asian, countries, along with, Sri Lanka, India, and the rest of the countries, we are quite different from the geography of the rest of the brotherly nations. Our, most similar countries would be, you would find in the Pacific island nations. But that being said, we were, even though we were a, a least developed, we were among the least developed countries, we were successfully achieving the Millennium Development Goals, which was the precursor to the sustainable developmental goals we were having. Before the tsunami hit the Maldives, we were on road to successfully achieve 5 out of the 8 Millennium Development Goals, and by then the remaining 3 goals we had partially achieved them as well. One of the things that we were really struggling was, I recently met the Minister of Planning back then. One of the areas that we were really struggling was like areas like maternal mortality, where the country really stagnated after reaching 3 per 1000 births and so on. So, but we were on a good track in terms of achieving Millennium Developmental Goals. We were supposed to be promoted to a middle income country by the end of 2005, I believe. Uh, and then the tsunami hit the country. In terms of fatalities, no, just keep on the first slide. In terms of fatalities, we had 106, including the people who perished away and including the people that were reported missing. Uh, we had around 15,000 people that became homeless overnight. Around 30,000 people were initially displaced. Out of 15,000 had to be put into temporary shelters. 53 islands were severely damaged. 14, we had to completely rebuild. Out of 3, we had to, relocate or completely build them a new island. In terms of fatalities and casualties, if you rank the countries that had tsunami impact, Maldives wouldn't make the top 10 in terms of um, impact due to on human health, injuries, and lives lost. But if we are going to look at the economic damages of the tsunami, Maldives would be on the top 3 of the list. 50, nearly, I don't see the number, but I believe it's around 53% of the GDP was lost, which is equivalent to around 470 million US dollar worth of damage in the country. As you would know, right now also Maldives is a tourism based economy. Our mainstay of the economy is the tourism sector. We had to completely shut down majority of our resort islands, because Maldives have a very fascinating tourism policy back then, where we would host one hotel in one island as resort island. So in terms of getting promoted into a middle income country, that took that whole process was told. Reaching our developmental aspiration was told for a good number of years. Maldives only, to give you a context, Maldives was only able to develop get promoted into a middle income country at the end of 2011. The initial target was by the end of 2005. Yeah, move on to the next slide. Yeah, every disaster, do create opportunities. Do create opportunities as well. So with tsunami, we got the chance to build back better. For us, this meant infrastructure recovery, making sure that we build, good infrastructure. We make sure that we expand our transport network. We make sure, transportation is accessible. We made sure that, the infrastructure that we build would be able to withstand, shocks, further external shocks. This also meant, expand in our, already growing, sectors like healthcare, education, so that it is more stronger and more resilient, and they would be able to cater to future Moldavian populations as well. Um, this also meant that, we got the chance to enhance and embrace technology more openly. Maldives became a community where, internet, mobile phone access was rapidly grown, and every part of the population would have access to it. Pre-tsunami, we had a really good population where, literacy rates were really high, so that in terms of building that infrastructure and incorporating technology into it, was easy in our Build Back Better aspirations. Next slide, please. Yeah. But even though we were building back better, even though we were becoming, we were able to meet our developmental targets, and new and better infrastructure is available, in terms of, for basic services such as, water, reverse osmosis plants for to ensure in water security, power plants in every island, given 24/7 24/7 electricity and power to households, everybody accessing having to the internet, and making sure, connectivity and connectedness is ensured. We were still facing, shocks that would, derail us, and I'll give you a few example of, some of the things that, some of the events that have happened that really, shook us to our core. For example, I am from the capital city of Male, which is like a small island with just 5 kilometers across the periphery, 2 kilometers across the diameter, where one third of the population would reside. So around the Maldives is a population of nearly 500,000, so 500,000 plus, where, one third, almost up to 200,000 people would live in this capital city of island. In 2014, the main water supply plant, providing water to the residents of Male city, got completely burned down, and the city was out of water for 5 days. Uh, Running out of water doesn't mean we people would only not have access to potable drinking water. This also meant, we won't be able to, use our toilets, flush our toilets, take baths. This also meant that, people won't be able to cook at the household level. So it completely shut down the capital city of Male. In another island down south, a power plant, or a power facility burned down, and the island, this was a urban population in the South Maldives, the island of Tsunami. uh, the island community ran out of, no power for 5 days. Again, new generators, new transformers would have to be shipped from, all the way from Singapore to the Maldives and transported to this island to restore power back into the facility. Just like Male, losing power in these islands would mean people won't have access to, their mobile phones, internet. They won't be able to cook. They won't be able to, have air conditions in their homes. They won't be able to use toilets because most of the water is pumped from the ground using a pump, and so on. So again, this completely shut down the island. Those are, technological events that has completely stopped basic services and lives. On the other hand, natural events are also increasing. We know 80% of our inhabited islands, we have 1,200 island, out of which 186 are inhabited, where people, island communities are living. Of that, 80% of that of each of those 186 islands are facing severe erosion year in year out, which would mean the small landmasses are already losing the valuable land they have. On top of that, weather events are getting more severe every year. We know, even though the total amount for the entire year has stayed the same, the severity and intensity and the number of rainy days has decreased throughout the year. So the time previously, when we had 3 months worth of rainfall, now we might get in 20 days or 30 days, which meant that more and more island communities are getting flooded every monsoon or rainy season. This also meant, stronger wind activity on our beaches and tidal waves, causing, tidal wave related flooding in our island communities. So even though we were building better, even though we were able to, make strides in our development aspirations, still, disasters and events and crises were are causing problems for us. So we would definitely need to rethink on how we know, fancy infrastructure, ensuring technology is incorporated in making sure it is accessible to everyone, wouldn't necessarily translate into being resilient at the community level. So what do we need to do, or how do we need to change our thinking? Can we move on to the next slide? Yeah. So still understanding, we would need to understand preparedness. So this meant for us, when we went back to the drawing board, this means that we still would need to take actions to mitigate impact of disaster. This would mean that, for us to achieve community resilience, the community should be able to adapt, recover, and thrive despite adversities. The community should have bounce back capacity so that they are able to bounce back to the situation there was before the crisis in a very short amount of time, or to a situation where it is better than the situation they were there before. The main outcome of achieving community resilience is to save lives, to reduce economic losses, and ensure that our development is sustainable. Uh, did include one of the quotes that we use very regularly, like preparedness is key to the resilience, particularly to a small island state like the Maldives. Can we go to the next slide? Um, so why as I explained in previous slide, there was still a need for design, and it goes on when we analyze those events that I've shared with you a few slides ago. The need for disaster preparedness is that, like I said, there's increase in frequency and intensity of disasters due to climate change, heavy downpour of rain, stronger winds, stronger tidal wave activities. We also know that when this happens, and when in each disaster, the vulnerable communities or the vulnerable groups in the community are disproportionately affected. A flooding event, the impact of a flooding event would be different for a single parent headed household, to elderly parents living alone, or to persons with disabilities as well. So we would need to understand how disasters affect disproportionately to different groups. And we have increase in events. The Maldives did a study because we've tried to achieve a lot in terms of development, and so we wanted to study what is the cost benefit of the measures that we were doing into disaster risk reduction and resilience planning, for us to better mitigate and plan for the future. After the tsunami, during the tsunami recovery period, we had a program called Safe Islands, where we selected island communities where we would implement projects, so that the island become a safe island, and it could eventually become a population center. Um, um, the and when we look at those measures, how we have implemented disaster risk reduction, climate change mitigation measures in these safer island projects, the recommendation was that we would still need to improve how we do land use planning. We would also need to incorporate better end-to-end early warning systems. And the most fascinating recommendation from this study was that Maldives could invest as much as we want on infrastructure, on hard engineering measures, but we would never achieve true resilience if we don't invest in softer components like skill building, emergency preparedness, early warning systems at the community level. Even though we are able to invest in engineering measures, the benefits of that would only reap if we invest equal amount or more on softer measures, on ensuring community resilience. That's the main finding of the cost benefit analysis that we've done on disaster risk reduction measures in the Maldives. So taking into consideration, the NDMA has shifted their focus on incorporating and balancing these elements in the work that we do. These are one of the strategic areas of our organization and the nation. We work towards enhancing emergency response capacities. By that, we don't only mean we ensure that we have enough responders trained every day to respond to situations. For us, this means risk information is available and accessible to everyone. What are the risks that we face? Where are those risks being faced? How can we minimize those risks? For us, this also means ensuring there is capacity building around these risk information that we collect and disseminate, and making sure that we have an accessible, effective end-to-end early warning system. We also work towards national resilience through enhancing community resilience. So we have shifted our disaster risk management governance approach from a central national level led approach to a local government led approach. We also are making progress in integrating climate change into our community-based disaster risk management programs, and training more community emergency response teams so that communities would have skilled people on the ground when there is an emergency situation. We have a strategic area of improving disaster risk management governance by including disaster risk management into developmental planning. So in a nutshell, that's where we were before the tsunami, what happened during the tsunami, how things have been, and what are the sort of benefits from the investment towards risk reduction efforts that we put into the country, and how we are shaping those lessons learned into future programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from any one of you? Please raise your hand, and we will have a microphone sent across to you. There are any questions? Yes.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful lecture. I'm quite interested in that last thing, like Safe Island program. which you have mentioned. So is there any metrics which you are using to measure its like success over the period of the time? Thank you.
The safer islands would have quite detailed detailed island risk assessments that we have done, which was first of its kind globally as well. So almost all of these islands would have multidisciplinary, very in-depth risk assessments done solely for those islands. Which I think if you I, I'm sure if you Google search on Maldives DRAM, which is the short for detailed island risk assessments, you will be able to get your hands on these. There would be these DRAMs conducted for 9 safer islands in the Maldives. And then if you look at those detailed island risk assessments, and then if you look at the particular study that I highlighted, a study on cost benefit analysis of disaster risk management and climate change adaptation measures in the Maldives, which I believe was published in 2013. I think that would give you a very good example of what the island risk assessment said in terms of pursuing hard engineering measures to achieve climate change adaptation and ensure disaster risk mitigation, to how the cost benefit analysis would study 3 islands of those 9 islands, on what sort of programs were implemented on those islands, and what is the cost benefit for the Maldives on the measures that was implemented. Like I said, the ultimate finding of the study for us was that we would still need to go a long way in ensuring that we invest in softer components as much as the harder components. So how do we make sure that there are trained community emergency responders at island level? There are island disaster management plans in place. The community are able to take care of their beaches and of their vegetation, so that they maintain natural features of the island community, while we also do engineering measures for adaptation.
You mentioned about the engineering solutions, technology-oriented solutions. My question is about the soft solutions. One of the main interventions that across countries that post tsunami was mangrove restoration activities. So I just wanted to get your feel about what the country Maldives has done with respect to any such interventions for restoration of mangroves, which have been lost actually during the.
I'm not an expert on mangrove, so I'm sure if there was somebody from the field, they would be able to give you a better answer. But in terms of mangrove restoration, there has been and lately there has been efforts to create ecotourism, eco management plans for mangroves in the Maldives. Down the line, I'll be very frank, we have destroyed a few mangroves in terms of balancing, because land at the end of the day is a scarce thing for the Maldives. The island communities that we live in are very small, so there would need to be some sort of reclamation for us to achieve our developmental aspirations. But having that balance is quite important, particularly when I work in a field like disaster management. But nowadays there are stronger passion towards restoring and making sure that we take care of our mangroves to the level students, PhD students, and engineers are coming, have proposed plans on how do we build a, a, an island level harbor in an island. The traditional mechanism was put concrete blocks, make sure that there's a key wall facility for securing boats and ensuring people coming into the island would have access to the island, to the level where we have deliberated on whether we would be able to grow an artificial mangrove a bit far from the natural landmass of an island, and then connecting it with via, sort of like a platform bridge, and build a harbor adjacent to the mangrove island. So there is quite a bit fascinating studies around that as well.
Hello, Umar. Thanks for the nice talk. I couldn't resist myself to ask this question to you because I come from a land called Sundarbans in India. Well, I'm from Calcutta, but it's quite close to the Sundarbans. The challenges that you have shown have some parallels because some threats are long term, just like the sea level rise, cyclones, and tsunamis, which you cannot do, and some threats are like a more immediate. Now, while assessing the disasters, uh, did you ever try to do a mental map of the community, how they perceive disaster, or like how they would react? Because in Sundarbans, what we see that they got so much used to that in mentally also they got resilient. And whenever we see a cyclone also coming, there's like a soon there, oh sir, this will not impact our homes or something like that. So did you try some sort of like a mental map or psychological studies for the long term as well as the short term threats that the island is facing? And yes, myself is Saurabh. Here I'm representing Estuarine Coastal Studies Foundation, India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll give you a bit of a condensed version of the answer that I have in my mind. In the Maldives, for us, we do 3 levels of risk assessments. One is, like country level profiles, which would be a disaster risk profile of the country. We also, like I mentioned before, we also do detailed island risk assessments, which is quite cost heavy because it requires a multidisciplinary team of people doing extensive field work to come up with a very detailed um, uh, uh, risk assessment of one island. We also do community-based disaster risk management programs where we incorporate hazard vulnerability capacity assessments that would borrow from traditional knowledge. I remember when Swamiji was given the Benedict address in the morning, he mentioned that there's 2 types of intelligence that we would need to use going forward. One of them is ancient intelligence. So we try and document traditional knowledge and do hazard vulnerability capacity assessments at island level using traditional and community knowledge. For us, why this is important is, for example, for the community, this helps us in getting their community perspective on their lived experience on how hazards have been impacting them and how it might change in the future. And we document that. We do get the community knowledge on various hazard zones, various risk groups in the island using participatory rural appraisal mechanisms. This is not scientific, but it's a very good starting point for any scientific risk assessments that might happen in the island through a developmental project. So any hazard vulnerability capacity assessment would tell you what are the sort of like hazard zones. It might not give you a centimeter specific hazard zoning of the island, but it would tell you from community lived experience, community knowledge, these are the sort of areas that the island floods, and these are the various ways that those areas are getting flooded. And this is how the community has been trying to mitigate those risks. So we do try and emphasize those community knowledge and make sure that the community knowledge stays within the community. And then we come and do softer level skill development in terms of training community emergency response team, so that there is an active volunteer group in the island actively responding to situations, and also on peacetime
Mr.
building.
Umar, I'm sorry to intervene. The interest of time, because we have also 2 speakers in this session, and He's going to be here with us for the next 3 days. So I would request, opportunities for interaction on one-to-one basis, if possible. Also, during the discussions later, we could look at that. May I now request Mr. Chatura Lianarchige to kindly initiate his presentation. He's a disaster risk management practitioner, researcher, and expert in disaster preparedness, planning, response, and recovery. He currently serves as the Director of Preparedness Planning at the Disaster Management Center, Ministry of Defense in Sri Lanka, with more than 15 years experience in disaster preparedness and planning. He has gained significant exposure both nationally and internationally. Mr. Lianarchige holds a master's degree in disaster management and also a BSc in physical science. He has also completed several specialized courses in disaster risk management, covering various aspects of disaster risk management and climate risk resilience building, and also resource mapping in DRM. I request you to kindly initiate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, this presentation will be later in the panel discussion, so I'll try to make it in oral presentation itself. At the same time, my topic is way towards tsunami risk reduction and resilience in the region, as I mentioned in the keynote speak itself. So this won't be the presentation itself. I'll make it oral presentation.
Mr. Chatura, sorry. Dr. Shailesh Naik, who is the director of the National Institute of Advanced Studies, is currently online, and he's available only for the next 20-30 minutes.
Okay.
So can I request your presentation to be on hold?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Sorry for this.
Okay.
Dr. Shailesh Naik, are you there? Can you hear me? Dr. Shailesh Naik, are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Yeah. You can hear? Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Shailesh Naik, this is Vinod Menon here. We're very happy to have you here with us. Dr. Shailesh Naik is a person who is the architect and the person behind the design thinking for the INCOIS, the International Center for Ocean Information Systems, and the Tsunami Early Warning System. He has also been the secretary in the Ministry of Earth Sciences. So may I request Dr. Shailesh Naik to kindly initiate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are you able to hear me loud and clear?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't come at the right time, but thank you very much for adjusting me in your schedule. And a lot of good things I've been listening in the morning session, and a lot of good thing has been said. So I will like to make few remarks, which I think is you can like to consider. As you know that the tsunami has come in 2004, and then we have a very state-of-the-art system has been set up at the ISO INCOIS, which is in operation for last 2007, which is one of the very innovative way it was done, and also now providing regional services for the Indian Ocean. The one thing which is very important about this system is this is the only system in the Indian Ocean which can provide the advisories for both the Makran coast, which is not discussed much. I'll come back to that a little later. And also the Andaman Sumatra subduction zone. Now, almost 17 years have gone to this system, which has proved the hundreds of earthquakes. They have been monitored. I understand more than 600-700. Srinivas would have actual number. But there were very few tsunamigenic earthquakes. So there were very few tsunamis. So one thing is that the main idea about this system is of course, to provide the necessary advisories when tsunami occurs. But it is also important to provide the information where tsunami is not going. So, because there is, as soon as the earthquake occurs, there is a kind of a fear in people whether tsunami is going to come or not. So, many times I say that the warning system's role is not only when the tsunami is going to come, but also when it is not going to come. So that itself is a very important aspect. After this system has been set up, there were many new things which has come up, which is trying to improve upon this system. And the 1, 2, 3 things are very important in this, which is currently is in sort of a demonstration or experimental way, but in the future it has a major scope to become an operational. So one thing which is now happening is the real-time modeling and the prediction of the inundation. I understand that a very finite element-based advanced circulation model is now been set up for the entire Indian Ocean, and which is able to run.
Dr. Shailesh Naik, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Can you please unmute your video so that those of us who are here in person could
Sorry. Yeah.
see you?
Yeah. Sorry.
Thank you.
No, I didn't realize that.
Thank
you very much, Vinodji. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the other, this model is now can provide information in real time, and which is also in a way can give a confirmation about the simulated database which is being used. So this is one which is a very good development, and I'm sure that this would be put into operations very soon. Similarly, the inversion of a tsunami waveform, which is recorded by the bottom pressure recorder and tidal gauges, also can characterize the seismic ground motion, rupture direction, etc. And this is also now being taught. So we are trying to have more than one way to understand what happens to the earthquakes. The second, which is a very important thing, which is now is about the use of the satellites. One, of course, the global navigation satellite system, which can provide data on the ground in deformation. And this is again used for the estimation of a moment magnitude. So this information is very important, especially when the earthquakes are very large, because we have seen in Fukushima that the initial estimation of the earthquake is when the earthquake is more than 8.5, it is always underestimated, and that can lead to a major problem. So this system is also under advanced stage of preparation, and I'm sure that this will work. The INCOIS has set up extremely good network in Andaman Nicobar to understand these phenomena with seismometer, accelerometer, and the GPS-based ground stations. The third, which is a new development, is the interferometric SAR, which also can find the displacement, even as small as centimeters. So this is another major area which is, and after the launch of NISAR, the ISRO-NASA joint collaboration, this would be extremely useful to understand the minor deformation, which are many times even happens before the actual earthquake takes place. So this is a very important aspect. The studies which are now being done on ionospheric total electron content, which also has certain relationship with the earthquake, is another area of investigation. There is a lot of work is being done. There is some collaboration, some evidence that when earthquake occurs, there is ionospheric disturbances, but we are not being actually able to pinpoint on those aspects. So still more work is to be done. Actually, France has launched a satellite also, Demeter, long back to understand this, but there are still a lot of groundwork is to be done, but it's a very promising area. The other aspect is to understand what is the reoccurrence interval of the tsunami. And for that, what is the past tsunami which has happened, which we should have a knowledge about. Last decade, especially after 2010, there were a lot of studies which brought out that in Bay of Bengal, there are about last 5,000 years, about 7 tsunami evidence they have found, which happened, the oldest one between 5600 to 5300. And then we had between 1300 and 1400, then 2000 to 2000 before Common Era, and 3000 to 2000 Common Era. So roughly around 1,000 years. 2,000 years. So, and but in between, there were also smaller tsunamis in 1881, 1762, and 1679. So this evidence were also found in the Andaman Islands, and this they were able to date. So this we know, and the ultimate the analysis is the recurrence is about 420 to 750 years for a mega earthquakes, and about 80 to 120 years for a large earthquakes. So roughly every 100 years you may have an earthquake which can cause a tsunami and can have a damage. So this information is also very important. But unlike East Coast, the tsunami hazard on West Coast is not, it is generally considered very underestimated. Though the 1945 earthquake, which was magnitude about 8.1, is a very large and, but somehow we don't get much information about this. In the past, there were evidence which has now been come that 1008 Common Era, there are evidence found from the Kutch that there was a major tsunami, which was more than 8. And there is another evidence from the Konkan, which suggested that earthquake could have been more than 9 magnitude, which was in 1681. And the evidence for this, apart from this, the Portuguese fleet, which was in the sea near Dabhol, also experienced this changes. So on the other thing which has been done about on Makran coast, the 2D thermal modeling of the subduction zone, also suggested that earthquake can be from 8.7 to 9.2 on the Makran coast. So it's a really quite serious affair, and we don't have sufficient information about the Makran coast. There are other important thing which is happening is whether we can use the sound waves, because the sound waves travel in water much faster than these tsunami waves. And the idea is that whether we can deploy some hydrophones and which we can use to, but these are some of the ideas which are to be experimented and seen. The other thing which is now being tried is also the ratio of the broadband energy between 0.01 to 2 hertz and the high frequency energy between 0.3 to 2 hertz can be used to understand the tsunami potential of an earthquake. This is also an experimental area, and this could be one thing which we should try to analyze large amount of data to find out whether this can really work or not, which will provide us a little bit more information about the source and all this. But all said and done, the ultimate thing which we learned is the community and emergency preparedness and their response of people and the people's education is very critical. And this became very clear once we had Palu tsunami which happened, the awareness of people and their education, what they should be doing is the most critical. And that is why the lot of mock drill tests and all is being done under IOC, which provides a lot of good information about the operational status of whether the communication is working or not, whether the advisories are reaching in time, what is the response procedures, what are the preparedness, what is the medical preparedness for doing. So these mock drills are very critical, and this is providing extremely good information. The last couple of years, I think the IOC, UNESCO, I'm sure that Srinivas must have talked about it. The Tsunami Ready program, I think this is a very revolutionary idea of preparing the community at all levels. And I understand that Orissa has now implemented in 25 villages, and they are declared as a tsunami ready. And this is what I think should be done all along the coast, where we can have this kind of thing. Now, many times people question that once tsunami is going to come once in a while, why we should spend so much money on this. So the economic benefits which of the timely is very important. And the one such study that the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Earth Science has done is each one good correct advisory can save up to 3,500 crore rupees. So the investment which is made is about 100 crore or so into a tsunami warning sense is a minuscule. So even whether tsunami is going to come or not can save, if the correct advice is there, then it saves about 3,500 crore rupees. So this is extremely good for those people who question that why we should spend so much money on the tsunami warning when it is going to come once in a while. In the end, I would say that the area which we need to put attention is on the Makran coast. I understand that again IOC has been very keen on that, and the tectonics of the Makran coast is one area which we should do it. Also, developing the probabilistic tsunami hazard assessment promoted by IGC IOTWS is one which is very critical as far as the Makran coast is concerned. Of course, we need to continue to improve upon observations, and that continuously happening. But I'm sure that the advances which is now happening in seismology and our better computing facility, including AI, ML and all that, these uncertainties which we had in the past, I think we would be further narrow down these uncertainties. And once we reduce the uncertainty, I think along with the better education to the coastal communities, we would be able to increase the resilience to tsunami extremely well. I'm extremely grateful for the accommodating me into your schedule, and very grateful to Dr. Manisha for providing this opportunity, and Dr. Manon for introducing me. He's a good friend, so whatever he has said, you did not have to believe. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Shailesh Naikji, actually, I think in your case, the insights which you have shared are extremely important, given the fact that India's pioneering leadership in satellite remote sensing and satellite imagery processing, and especially with the current work which is ongoing on NISAR with the NASA and ISRO collaboration, I think it's going to be extremely valuable. And you mentioned some things which are extremely important. You mentioned about the ionospheric work in the total electron content, and you also mentioned about the interferometry, especially using the synthetic aperture radars, the persistent scatter interferometry, PSIN-SAR, with, and also the DIN-SAR, which is the differential
Yeah.
interferometry. And with not only NISAR, I think, if we are also looking at the commissioning of Trishna, which ISRO is coming up with
Yeah.
in the next few months. And I feel that actually your leadership in the Ministry of Earth Sciences and also in INCOIS has actually provided the opportunity for saving lives through the tsunami early warning system in almost, much beyond what is actually happening in the Pacific tsunami early warning system and in Hawaii. Actually, I think the near perfection, which has actually been experienced in such a short time, has been something which has been recognized all over the world. I would like to thank you for taking the time to be with all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, may I request Mr. Chatura to kindly come and join us and then share his session. Thank you.
Thank you again. So my speech or the keynote will be way forward tsunami risk reduction and resilience in the region itself, because it's the earlier I have mentioned that I will going to discuss this in detail itself. So as we gathered here, we are united by shared goal to ensure our educational system not only keep pace with the rapid changes of the world itself, but empower every learners to thrive in it. So reflecting from 2004 tsunami, this year we commemorate the 20 years of the impact itself. At the same time, reflections of what we have done, learn on the mistakes that we made. At the same time, the achievement that we made up to now. So in fact, we have lost 225,000 people across 14 countries in 2004. So that emphasized the growing challenges posed by climate change. At the same time, the sea level rise, increased ocean temperature, and more frequent extreme weather events have intensified the risk faced by the coastal communities. So we need to prepare for that. In the context of growing threat itself, tsunami often triggered by seismic event or other submarine landslide or volcanic activity. But the cascading event lead to further disasters such as flooding, coastal erosion, even spread of mosquito-borne virus in vulnerable areas. This reality highlights the necessity for a more comprehensive and integrated approach to risk management across borders, particularly in the densely populated coastal regions, where socioeconomic vulnerabilities are already significant. The risks posed by tsunami are not confined by any one nation or the region itself. With ever expanding coastal population worldwide, the number of the people exposed, these risk continues to grow. We consider this challenge, we must acknowledge the tsunamis are among the most complex and destructive natural hazard. Their unpredictability and sheer force leave very little room for error. This necessitates a proactive, innovative, and inclusive approach to disaster risk reduction is needed. I will brief on the Sri Lankan progress, building the resilience. Sri Lanka has a unique vantage point. Our position as in the Bay of Bengal, island nation, mark us particularly vulnerable for tsunamis. The memories 2004 remains vivid. It was tragedy that taught us the harsh reality of unpreparedness, but also underscores the value of resilience, coordination, and learnings. In the wake of 2004 tsunami, Sri Lanka took significant steps to build resilient and improve disaster management. We recognize the need of establish a legal and institutional framework to respond effective to disasters. Today, a dedicated national entity and nodal agency, which is the Disaster Management Center, which I represented, have established. During past 2 decades, of course, legislative frameworks, we have been able to strengthen the governance and inclusivity and are included in our resilience building efforts. And also incorporated key sectors such as public utility, education, health, tourism, transport. Furthermore, Disaster Management Center have taken a lead role in technical and financial support of UN agencies promoting local disaster risk reduction, locally led action. So that particular concept we have introduced. And establishing early warning system, of course, previous presenter also discussed on the importance of early warning system. So we have been significantly improve our capacity to respond to tsunami threats, ensuring the timely alert reach at risk communities. So recently we also expanded or explored a system using a mobile ringtone to alert vulnerable communities in the coastal belt for potential tsunami threats. And also the early warning method help strengthen the community's resilience and help to reach the last person, last mile. So integrated education awareness is much more important. We have been included into school curricula. At the same time, university degree, master degrees and PhDs in our national universities. At the same time, we have been partnered with NGOs, INGOs, and CBOs, Disaster Management Center, along with the other key technical agencies, have conducted tsunami drills, especially IOV exercise, biannual exercises. So we are one of the partner organization or the country itself. And also we have conducted TOT programs, practice exercises with the teachers, students in vulnerable, coastal front schools. Like we have conducted this comprehensive school safety program with them. And also community-based disaster risk management, of course, that emphasized by Uma also. These local communities should assess their own risk. So we have to give them the guidance how to assess those risks, develop response plans, and engage in preparedness activities, fostering a culture of resilience from the grassroots level. Over the years, we have made significant steps in strengthening our disaster preparedness and response mechanism. Just last month, November 4th, we have conducted or rather hosted the International Technical Symposium on Tsunami Risk Reduction, bringing together researchers and practitioners. So, and also the stakeholders to share knowledge, identify gap, and also we have, take the key takeaway points, and also we develop the way forward or the chart for the way forward itself. And they have been, in the symposium, they have emphasized the need of multi-sectorial collaborations to enhance our resilience and preparedness. This event affirm our commitment to build tsunami resilient nation. So at the same time, IOWTMS with UNESCO, Sri Lanka favorably or rather alongside countries like India, showcasing significant progress in tsunami risk reduction, which is pivotal in the gaining recognition as a tsunami ready country status. Let me brief on the regional progress and the collaborative effort. So while Sri Lanka has made commendable progress, the challenges we face are shared across the Indian Ocean region countries. Effective disaster management lies on regional cooperation, enabling countries to share observation networks, data sharing especially, and technological resources and best practices. So the invisible factors there, or rather, because the effort made by the emergency response or the emergency response services during or rather after the tsunami incident, of course, that is visible for all the media and the region itself. But yet the invisible preparations before the disaster strike that can do most of the reducing the death toll. So that is not visible. In fact, preparing communities to respond to disaster is vital. So people can give early warning and participate in drills like regional exercises on what to do, when to do. Tsunami hits, building more resilience infrastructure is another key actions or activity, because usually during a disaster your decision might take fall or rather wrong itself. So before that we need to have identified the stakeholder mapping before, during and after. What are the actions to be taken? So in fact, achievement in tsunami preparedness, of course, self-rising barriers, I just want to mention in Japanese context, dynamic seawall systems are like those developed in Japan. It is autonomously rise gate itself, then the GPS-based warning systems, with the satellite system and the community resilience in Tonga. It also mentioned in the morning itself. It's Hunga Tunga. That is the Hapai eruptions in 2020 that emphasized the preparedness, importance of preparedness, and at the same time the legal actions. And also nature-based solutions. Recently, one question asked about the mangrove plantations and all. At the same time, the sand dunes, protecting sand dunes. Then the better infrastructure designs, of course, that is important in the coastal, infrastructure or the built environment itself. Then the AI technology and the acoustic technologies, of course, that is needed for better early warning, and also the transforming tsunami warning system into innovation technology, and also harnessing the earth, magnetic field that was discussed the previous presenter also. That's also important for a better early warning system. So the role of multi-hazard early warning systems, in fact, IOWTMS, this region particularly responsible, and the initiatives like the UN Secretary General call for early warning for all, aim to make this system inclusive and accessible to all communities. That also mentioned in the Sendai framework. So assessing the risk, international coordination and collaborations. Third one is, access to disaster information. So need for financing, that's also important, because these, we, as we have seen, climate change exacerbates the effects of disasters, including those geophysical origin, incremental adaptations, and the piecemeal investment are no longer sufficient. We need to have additional, or other funding which is secure for disaster risk reductions. As I mentioned previously, if you spend $1 for preparedness, you can save $7 cost for response and $14 for recovery. So we need to have investment in the regions, multi-donor, coordinated trust funds are essential to ensure the Asia and Pacific remain resilient to the future tsunamis. So in conclusion, I must urge all you here today, advocate for investment in innovative technologies and nature-based solutions, strengthen international collaborations to share knowledge and resources, empower communities to take an active role in disaster preparedness. Let us walk this journey together with determination, innovation, and unity. Together we can make difference to ensure that no community is left vulnerable to the devastating impact of tsunami. Thank you for your attention, dedications, and in this vital case. Thank you.
We are extremely sorry that Professor Ian Davis has been waiting for a long time, but we have not been able to accommodate his session. I want to thank Mr. Omar Fikri and also Mr. Chatura for their interventions, and also Dr. Shailesh Naik. May I request the certificate of participation in this international conference to be handed over to the distinguished resource persons. Yeah, to Omar Fikri, please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. And to Mr. Chatura Narachigi, please come in. Thank you. Thank you very much. So Ian, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
We are extremely sorry that we have actually delayed the session mainly because of several logistics challenges. Dr. Manisha is joining me. Can I request you whether it will be possible for you to rejoin in another 45 minutes?
Yes, of course, no problem.
Thank you very much, Ian. You are actually a rock star, and Dr. Ian Davis currently in several universities around the world, and he has actually been in the field of disaster management for more than 5 decades. I've been his student, and so I'm very, very grateful to Ian Davis, and Ian is actually a person who has actually been emotionally and intellectually connected with India. Would you like to mention your connection with India, Ian?
Well, it's a great pleasure to be present. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My connection with India is that my mother was born in Uti and she lived in India until she was 15 years old. And so I grew up as a child in England, and we had Indian food, and Indian life was part of my childhood. So I feel I'm half Indian. And it's always been a great joy to come back. I think I've been to India about 20 times, and I have the great honor of being connected with Amrita. So I'm delighted to take part in this very important meeting. And I'm keeping you from your lunch. So I think you should go and have a good lunch, and I can fit in around you, Vinod, whatever time you want. And I can also shorten my talk because everybody gives you a big clap if you shorten your talk.
No, Ian, actually, Ian has sent us a very detailed and exhaustive presentation with 90 slides. It's 153 MB, and I would request that document a PowerPoint presentation on sheltering in disasters from his experiences. In fact, he has been to Latur earthquake in Maharashtra. He has been also to the cyclone in Andhra Pradesh, and he has also done a longitudinal study returning back to Maharashtra to see the recovery and the reconstruction work and how the community has actually seen after almost 20 years. So a longitudinal study of the Latur earthquake has also been done by him, along with Mihir Bhatt from Aid Me in Ahmedabad. Thank you very much, Ian. We will take a break now, and then we will see you back in about 45 minutes.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Vinod, sir. Yeah, thank you. So now we have the lunch break. We are running late, so please come back here by 2:10. Right? The afternoon session starts with parallel sessions. We have 2 sessions. One keynote session will go on in the same hall. Please come back. Those who want to attend the keynote sessions, and the paper presentations, students and faculty paper presentations, will happen in our mechanical engineering conference hall, which is in the ground floor. Volunteers will help you to find the room. So we have parallel sessions after lunch, right? One in Amradeshwari Hall here, and the paper presentations in the Mechanical Engineering Conference Room. Thank you.
Shall we start? We'll start. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. A very good afternoon to all of you. I hope you had a sumptuous lunch, and I hope you don't doze off during the session because we have three important speakers here, and they're going to talk about lessons learned from 2004 tsunami. Of course, we had one speaker from the morning session. Because of the time constraints, he could not talk then. So Dr. Ian Davis will join us now. He'll go first. And then we'll have two other speakers for this session. So again, a very warm welcome to you all. Is this online now? Is Dr. Ian Davis there?
I can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, hi, Ian. I didn't
Hi.
see you. Thank you so much, Ian. So thank you for accommodating our changing schedule. And it's very, very nice of you. Of course, you're half Indian, so you're used to that.
Great.
Okay, I'll give you a very, very brief intro about Dr. Ian Davis. He is a British architect, has worked on disaster risk and recovery management for 52 years. I think he's probably the longest serving disaster specialist in the world today. Maybe you can give him an applause for that. Okay, thank you. His special interest is in shelter before and after disaster impact. Since undertaking PhD research at UCL, University College London, Ian led the team that produced the first UN guidelines on shelter after disaster. During his career, he has visited 62 countries to guide governments, international agencies, and NGOs. He is the author of Shelter After Disaster, a book written in 1978, and a co-author of Recovery from Disaster, written in 2016. He is currently an adjunct professor at Amrita and a visiting professor at Oxford Brookes, RMIT Europe, Lund and Kyoto universities. Okay, very warm welcome to you, Ian, and thank you very much again. All yours.
Well, it's a very great honor to take part in this important meeting. It's very hard to believe that the tsunami happened all of 20 years ago. And it's been great that we can together remember it and think what has happened during the intervening time. I've been listening to some of these very interesting presentations this morning about the tsunami, and I'm not actually going to talk about the tsunami. I'm going to talk about what has happened since the tsunami in the area that I know something about, which is shelter or sheltering, the verb and also the description. And so that's the theme of my talk, and it's an ambitious one because what has happened in 20 years, I found that a very demanding process, and I'm very grateful that I can benefit from the insights from Maggie Stevenson. She's an Irish architect who I think is the world leader in the field of shelter. She's currently in Kiev advising the government of Ukraine on reconstruction. And she's been very active throughout this 20 years. She's a lot younger than I am. I'm in my 88th year, so I'm getting a bit past it. But I've benefited in this presentation from the insights from Maggie. And I'll try and cover, next please, I'll try and cover as much as I can in this short time. It's taken me several weeks to prepare this talk, but I put it into ChatGPT to see what would happen, giving them the same question, and in 20 seconds it came back with the answer. So I'm a bit redundant because you can obviously get good things out of AI. And it came along with 8 topics, and I'm not going to repeat any of them, but in each of these topics they gave more detail, and then they said these lessons emphasize the importance of a people-centered, integrated, and forward-thinking approach to shelter in disaster response. I couldn't agree more. So AI does come up with some wisdom from time to time, and we can be very grateful for it. Next, please. My talk is really going to be about 10 key issues. It's going to be quite hard to fit them in. We might have to speed past a few of them. And I'm going to try and talk a bit about some of the progress that's been made, because there's been great progress. but there are also challenges. There are gaps we're still trying to resolve. And I'm talking about the shelter as a product and sheltering as a process. They're different, but they're both part of the equation. And I'm talking about it before, shelter before a disaster, living in a safe house, preparing for a disaster, during a disaster, and after a disaster. Next, please. My first issue is about experiencing. All of these issues have the word ing at the end. They're all about processes. And I'm going to talk about observing, about listening, drawing, and telling stories. Next, please. They're like a cycle. We observe something carefully, and as we observe, we listen to people talking about it, describing it. And if we listen well, we can hear all sorts of things from their voices. People who are actually involved as survivors, people, officials, all sorts of people. In my case, one of the processes of experiencing is by drawing. I'm an architect and an artist, and I draw a lot. Every day I probably do a bit of drawing, and I'm going to talk about that, and also telling stories and listening to stories. It's like a cycle. Next, please. The observation I've had during these 20 years are indicated in blue on this chart here. The South Asian tsunami, I went there immediately afterwards to Sri Lanka and Aceh, and we reviewed progress. Then I was with my nephew in Malaysia, where he described seeing the tsunami actually happen in Penang. And then later, I went to Pakistan after the severe earthquake that happened, a massive earthquake in 2005. I missed going to Nargis in Myanmar, Burma. That was very important, cyclone. And then further visits to China, Haiti, and Japan, where there was another great tsunami in 2011. Then the Nepal earthquake. And throughout this whole 20 years, the growing impact of climate change, which we've been hearing about today from the Maldives, that's been a growing concern, looking at all these big effects like heat strikes and flooding and tropical storms and so on. So a lot of observation. Next, please. I think the issue here is to tell your story based on careful listening. And in my case, the listenings come from training courses and field work and supervising research students. Next, please. And the drawing process has, for me, been a vital part. It might not be for other people, but it has been for me. Next, please. Here am I doing some watercolor painting in China, in Guangzhou, and I got a big attentive audience. The thing about drawing is that you nearly always attract people because they want to see what you're doing. In fact, they probably want your drawing as well. They try and rip it off your pad often, and that's a bit of a struggle. But drawing is very important. In Pakistan, next slide, next image, please. We were working on a project called Housing and Hazards in the Karakoram area of Pakistan way back in 1980. And I did this drawing of these houses, and it took about 2 hours, I suppose. But the drawing was just a process because I could point to various places. Where did these stones come from? And there were people who spoke English behind me, and they're telling me where it came from and who lived here and how old the house was. And then they'd bring me cups of tea, and then we'd have water, and they'd bring sweet meats out for me to eat. All sorts of interaction happened, and I was gathering all sorts of information, and it was very informal and very unstructured. And of course, I wasn't looking at them, so there's a very easy relationship, and that was very enjoyable time. Next, please. And later in Malkonji in Maharashtra, after the Latur earthquake, again, using drawings as a kind of tool to get, first of all, to get information, because you can get as you look at something, you gain far more information than when you just click a camera lens, because you have to look hard. It takes you a little time to do this. This probably took about 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, but nevertheless, I can remember doing the picture, and I can remember the people who came and talked to me. I don't remember things when I take photographs. Next, please. And I think that photography can create barriers, particularly where people don't want to be photographed. And people can close down a conversation if you're taking a photograph of them or of their house. But drawing, for me, just builds bridges all the time. People like it, and I gain from it, and so do they. Next, please. You've got to tell your story, said Neil Gaiman, a writer. Don't tell other people's stories. Just tell your own story, and be ready to keep sharing your knowledge. And I just make a plea here. If you're working in disaster planning, try to get to visit disaster situations. 1 ounce of observation, they say, is worth 10 tons of book knowledge, because it's your observation that matters. And so wherever possible, get to see what's happening. This could be before a disaster, in a vulnerable area, or afterwards. Next, please. And Philip Pullman, an English author, said, after nourishment, shelter and companionship, stories are the thing we need most. So I'm a great believer in stories. Next, please. And a note from Maggie, my friend. She said, we need to take time to let people tell us their stories and listen to them, and stop this, please answer my questions. Rather, let's just listen to what they have to say. And let's never, ever confuse uneducated people with unintelligent people. Some of the most intelligent people I've ever met were not particularly well educated. And we have very, very wonderful wisdom from listening to people wherever they are. So make a point of it. Next, please. We need to write down what they're saying, what our experience is. Preferably do it with somebody else or in a team. Next, please. I wrote the first book on shelter after disaster back in 1978. I realized in Amazon they're selling it for about £2,800, which is an awful lot of money because it's out of print for years. And then we were asked to do UN guidelines in 1982, the first guidelines on shelter. I finished my PhD in 85. And then I was asked to revise the UN guidelines in 2012. And then I wrote a book with David Alexander, who's going to be talking to you a bit later today. It's a process of documenting your stories and getting them out. So whenever you are involved in this subject, keep on writing. It's important. Next, please. 2 questions, though, as we leave this topic. Does this information about shelter get to those who decide? And do members of those of us who are collecting information on shelter, does this get to the, do we listen to the perceptions and needs of government and national officials with recovery responsibilities? We've got to listen and we've got to share. And there's often a mismatch between knowledge and the people who need it. Next, please. The second issue is understanding the vital role of early warning systems in evacuation plannings. This is the great success story of the last 20 years. Tremendous safety has been brought into the world. Just look at the contrast of the casualties from cyclones in India and floods in India from the development of warning systems. So this has been one of the great successes. Next, please. I remember looking back on 1986, thereby in a much slimmer version of me, in blue, talking to this lady in blue, and she's a shopkeeper in Iquique in Colombia, South America, and she's just developed a little plan for evacuation for her community. Nobody asked her to do it, but she's done it, and she gets them out on regular drills. And she's now invited the Red Cross to help her put up some signs. So I'm meeting here with Red Cross officials, and we're just discussing her little system. But here was a spontaneous piece of evacuation planning against a flooding which happened, in her case, about 4 times every winter. Very regular flash flooding in her little town in South America. And what a lot she taught us in just about a couple of hours with her. Next, please. There's been a lot of study made of warning systems, and the results of this is that the damage caused by disaster can be reduced by 30% if an early warning is issued within 24 hours. That's a remarkable story, and also that 30% of people globally who experience a disaster do not get any warning at all. We've still got to look at the reach of warnings, how to get information, particularly into rural and less educated communities and less financially resilient populations. But the last point is perhaps the answer. 3/4 of those not warned, 77%, own mobile phones. So getting mobile phones, this is the great secret, getting direct warnings sent directly to people. Next, please. The third issue, and I've got 10, so I just must keep on going, is to construct affordable dwellings and settlements that adapt and mitigate in response to natural hazards and also to climate change. Next, please. Now, just first of all, the cheap option. What can you do about climate change in buildings? Well, there's quite a lot you can do. But one of them is to paint the roofs of the dwellings white to reflect heat and to lower internal temperatures. A very cheap way of helping people against the problems of these great heat waves which come into India and many, many countries. Next, please. My wife and I stayed in Santorini, in an island near Greece, and all the buildings are painted white. And we lived in a little cave of a house, and it was the outsides were painted white, and it was beautifully cool, although the weather was very hot. And a white roof can certainly reduce internal temperatures. I think probably it should be nearer 7 degrees rather than 30 degrees, but it's a very effective way of reducing the heat on buildings. Next, please. I'm not going to go through all these in details, but there are 2 processes at work here. One is adaptation, adapting the buildings, for example, by making sure that you've got land around them, which is like a sponge to soak up deluges during heavy rainfall onslaughts. Using timber in buildings is particularly important, natural materials, etc. And also by mitigating them, avoiding building materials that generate greenhouse gases like concrete and steel, and trying to use low energy all the time and considering the entire life cycle of a building. Next, please. Maggie comments that she doesn't see a lot of improvement in urban planning and management, and this is largely due to weak settlement planning in ordinary times and government cuts back in local government, and also the ongoing pressure in communities from rapid urbanization. Next, please. What about the expensive options? Well, adaptive measures, there are other things that can be done and are being done, particularly in wealthier countries, to deal with storm surges and sea level rise. Next, please. For example, in Denmark, a wealthy country, they're building this vast, great island, which is going to accommodate 35,000 people eventually. It's going to take 50 years to build. And it's to protect the port of Copenhagen from severe storm waves that come pounding in, and they're going to be increased by sea level rise. And so far, the picture on the right shows where it's got to about a couple of months ago. They've been working on it now for the last 3 years, and slowly this is taking shape. a protective offshore island to protect a city. Next, please. Now, this is the Maldives, and we've heard about that earlier today. And one of my stories, perhaps the first of the stories, next slide, please, comes from the Maldives. I was working on the IPPC study, which was looking at the management of risks. And this study went on for 2 years, and we met in Australia and Panama and Vietnam and various countries. And there are about 80 of us working on this project. And one day, somebody from the Maldives was with us, and he got up and he ranted on in great rage. And I felt very, very distressed for this poor man with tears in his eyes as he described the pressure that he was under because of sea level rise. And how he said, "You're asking us in this meeting to adapt." He said, "Adaptation for me is being moved to New Zealand because we bought land there, and our island is nearly all now gone underwater here in Maldives." And he said, "You've not only affected us with your colonization policies in the West, but then you've affected us with all the greenhouse gases for which we are not responsible." And he was very, very distressed about it. And it made me just see the human face of climate change. Next, please. My fourth issue is about another great success story, digital technologies. Because if ever there's been progress made in these 20 years, it's come from this source. All these things like satellite imagery and mapping and cell phones and what they've bought. Next, please. After the Japanese earthquake of 1995, about 350,000 people were left their homes, but the authorities had no idea where they went. I was working for the Japanese government on the project, and they kept on saying, if we'd known where they went, we would have been able to get help to them, and also to the hosts who looked after them. And that would have kept them from coming back because we were trying to do what we could to restore the ground effectively before they would come back into the city. And so this was one of the big conundrums. But nowadays, of course, they can connect. They can talk to them through cell phones, and they can get personal information to them. And not only that, they can track where they've gone to. And that happened after the Haiti earthquake. So digital technology is filling some crucial gaps. Next, please. And a story from Jamaica, a very nice story which cropped up when I talked to my friend Franklin MacDonald, who was National Director of Disaster Management in Jamaica. He was in Kingston in 2004 when Hurricane Ivan came rampaging in. And he said mercifully, there were very few casualties. There had been good warnings, but terrific damage particularly in the shanty towns. And he went out and he said he was staggered to see everybody repairing their buildings and putting new corrugated iron on their roofs, and they had power tools. How on earth could this be? And of course, the answer was the cell phone revolution, just beginning to take place at that time in 2004. They contacted their relatives in the US and Canada. Money had flowed back through Western Union, and they'd bought materials and power tools. A remarkable example of self-recovery. But what was missing was practical advice on how to do it safely. That was missing from the equation. So another good story from Jamaica. Next, please. One of the key issues in shelter, and I can't go into it in this talk, it's too complicated, but is it necessary to have a transition shelter? Between a tent or a host family and a reconstructed house, do we need an interim stage? Some people say yes, some people say try and avoid it because it wastes money and it takes away money from reconstruction. Next, please.
Ian, hate to interrupt you. Can you, do you think you can wrap it up in 5 to 7 minutes? That'll be great.
Yes, I can. I'll go right ahead in a moment and come right to the end of the talk. Thank you. Here's an example in Sri Lanka of a temporary house, and behind those ladies in the background, a tent, and a reconstructed house. Next, please. And the issue is whether you can close that gap in the middle by extending the use of the early stage and having more rapid reconstruction by planning in advance. And that's an interesting concept. Now we'll just go on to the next one, and I think we'll just move on fairly quickly now through them. These buildings, these transition shelters in Pakistan were all, I know you don't prefer to call it not the Kashmir earthquake. I apologize for that. These roofs of the blue roofs of the temporary houses, and here they are in use 10 years afterwards. Now we're just going to have to go fairly fast through these. Just keep going if you wouldn't mind. Just keep on going. Please carry on. Please carry on. Keep going. People might be able to read this later. Please carry on. Please carry on. Please carry on. There's a lot of material in here which we just don't have time for now. Right. This was Malkonji after the earthquake in 1996 in Maharashtra. Next, please. And then we went back. And we just leave this slide on for a moment. And one of the big questions was in Malkonji, where we had these houses. Just leave this slide on for a moment, please. We wanted to know what happened to the toilets, because in 1996, nobody was using the toilets in the houses. So when we went back 15 years later, we asked the question, are the toilets in use? And they were all in use. And it was all due to this lady who was the headmistress of a school who insisted that the children use the toilets in the school and also use the toilets in their houses and tell their aunts and uncles and grandparents and parents and sisters, etc., to use the toilets. And gradually, through the children and through this headmistress, there was big change. A good example of progress by rapid progress due to one individual who was a wonderful change agent. Next, please. Next, please. Now, I just want to finish with just talking about empathy, because empathy is very important. How do you empathize with vulnerable people? Next, please. Next, please. And we went to Helsinki and we saw a remarkable example, next, please, of a very large building, which is a library, but it's really more likely a fantastic public shelter. Helsinki, there's a picture of it, a huge building which accommodates up to 20,000 people a day. Next, please. But this is a very unusual building. You can have a warm shower, you can wash your clothes, you can cook your food. They welcome migrants to come in and use sewing machines. They go to the cinema, they can read books. Next, please. This is a building which is open to everybody. It's like a big home, a very welcoming home. Next, please. And it just took our breath away. Life is not measured by the number of breaths we take, but the places and moments that take our breath. This was an extraordinary example of people trying to help people who were vulnerable. Next, please. Here are the showers where you can wash your clothes and get warm in a very cold city. Next. You can learn sewing machines. You can learn how to sew and how to repair your clothes. Next, please. You can learn 3D printing. Next. You can work and you can socialize on these social areas. Next. Signposting on the floor for people who are unsighted. Next. Low-level shelves for wheelchairs users in the library. Next. Double handrails so that children and adults can also use the handrails on the staircases. Next. Next, please. A genuine sign of hope in Helsinki. And this was an example of giving people dignity, looking at marginalized people. So although this isn't a disaster zone, here's a magnificent shelter, and it paves the way to telling people how to show respect and love to people who need it. Next, I'm just going to sum up now the whole talk. Next, please. Next. Right, this one. We talked about experiencing. We talked about understanding early warnings, and we talked a bit about constructing. Next. We weren't able to talk very much about digital technologies, but I spoke about the value and I spoke about transitional shelters. And then there were topics I wasn't able to discuss, but they often, the particular value of coordinated action in disasters. Next. The value of training people rather than just providing. Now, the need for enabling people to make their own priorities by cash grants and learning by longitudinal visits. And lastly, as I just showed you in Helsinki, people needing shelter and giving them the respect and dignity that they require. And that's all I really want to say. And I just want to thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you, Vinod and colleagues.
Thank you so much, Ian. It was very, very detailed observation. Of course, you have 52 years of experience in this field, and I'm sure we can all benefit from your experience. We would like to, your schedule permitting, get you back to Amrita at some point to go into all the gory details of your experience and educate us in this field. And also, one of the things that you mentioned about connecting with the local population and their experiences ties well with what Swamiji mentioned earlier this morning about ancient intelligence as being part of, working along with artificial intelligence to provide solutions. So that gels really well. Thank you very much, Ian, and thank you for visiting.
Great honor to be with you, and good wishes for the rest of the conference.
Okay, our next speaker is Professor Dilanti Amaratunga. And she's going to talk about 20 years after status quo of affected communities in the aftermath of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. Professor Dilanti Amaratunga is a leading international expert in disaster resilience with an extensive academic career. She had a PhD in construction management and a BSc honors in first class from Sri Lanka. She's a fellow of the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, fellow of the Royal Geographical Society, and a fellow and chartered manager of the Chartered Management Institute, the UK. Professor Dilanti's research focuses on preparedness for disaster response and recovery and reconstruction, early warning and communication, disaster resilient cities, and built environments dimensions of climate change and sustainability. She's recognized for her career-long impact and is placed among top 2% of influential scientists globally, according to the report Composite Citation Metrics. In 2019, she won the prestigious Newton Prize, which recognized the best research and innovation projects that have had an impact socially and economically between Indonesia and the UK. From 2016 to 2019. Since 2024, she has completed 34 international research projects, having received funding from 20 funding agencies and in partnership with 323 research partners in 67 countries, generating significant research outputs and outcomes. To date, she has produced over 500 publications and has made over 125 keynote speeches in around 40 countries. She's a member of the European Commission and UNDRR's European Science and Technology Advisory Group, one of the 2 representatives from the UK. She's a member of the UNDRR Expert Group on Principles for Resilient Infrastructure, a member of the UNDRR Making Cities Resilient 2030, and a formally appointed expert member of the ICG IoT WMS Working Group 1 on tsunami risk, community awareness, and preparedness, and an expert member of the UN Women's Resilience to Disaster Programs. Very warm welcome to you, Professor. It's all yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the first instance, I would like to thank the organizing committee for asking me to talk at this very, very important event. This afternoon, what I'm going to do is to sort of to talk about 20 years after status quo of affected communities in the aftermath of 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. I'm sure you have actually sort of already touched base on these facts, but just to sort of remind ourselves, approximately 230,000 people died in 2004 Indian Ocean earthquake and the tsunami. And it is actually one of the deadliest disasters in modern history. And also sort of, it is estimated to have released energy equivalent to 23,000 Hiroshima-type atomic bombs. So you can actually sort of see the power of that earthquake. It actually sort of struck around 150 miles from the coast of Sumatra Island. On the northwest of the Indonesian island group, and 31 miles below the ocean floor. And also sort of, particularly in Banda Aceh, the landmass closest to the earthquake epicenter, tsunami waves actually topped 100 feet. And also, most importantly, this earthquake actually caused a shift in the Earth's mass, changing the planet's rotation. And also, total material losses from the tsunami were estimated at $10 million. This is kind of just a sort of a snapshot to a snapshot on Indian Ocean tsunami facts. So then I'll actually take you to these scenes from Sri Lanka, because on the day I was in Sri Lanka spending my time with my parents in this coastal town called Panadura, very close to the capital. So these are actually the scenes that from that day, from that fateful day. And this was actually after several days. This is actually the down south of Sri Lanka, the town called Hambantota. So you can actually sort of see none of the buildings have survived the devastation. And also, this is actually one of the towns, so you can actually sort of see the devastation caused by the tsunami. And these type of images were very familiar at the time. You know, you can actually sort of see the impact that the tsunami actually caused for Sri Lanka. So just to summarize the impact of tsunami in Sri Lanka, so it actually destroyed most of the coastal-based infrastructure in Sri Lanka, and it killed more than 35,000 people and displaced more than 500,000, and about 6,000 were reported missing, and destroyed 98,000 houses, leaving almost 1 million people with no homes to return. And overall damage to the Sri Lankan economy was estimated at $1 million. And also, total losses were estimated at the time to be about 5% of the GDP of Sri Lanka. So you can actually sort of see the extent of the damage that it caused to the Sri Lankan economy and to its people. And another landmark event, sadly, this is actually still the world's worst rail accident. The 2004 Sri Lanka tsunami train wreck is the largest single disaster in the world history by death toll, with 1,700 to 2,500 fatalities or more. So you can actually sort of see what has actually happened to the train, and the engine is on one side and the compartments on another. And this was actually still to date is the worst trail disaster in the world. So just to sort of emphasize the impact of the tsunami disaster in terms of the deaths and the damage to houses. So you can actually sort of see there's a similar pattern around the country of Sri Lanka. Particularly, you can see there have been more damages to the eastern part of the country and also the southern parts of the country, rather than to the west. So 26th of December this year actually marks the 20th anniversary of Indian Ocean tsunami. Since 2004, it is fair to say that relocated communities have lived in their reflected relocation sites and have encountered many socioeconomic, political, psychological, and environmental challenges. So this is actually due to some of the reasons that I have highlighted below. the relocation process actually faced so many problems. For example, accusation of mishandling aid, corruption allegations, low building quality of infrastructure, and also lack of community-centric approaches, and also the failure to address the true needs of the displaced population, and also the appropriateness of the displacement relocation sites. Give me a second. I don't know if it's happening. So, having said that, during the last 20 years, longitudinal studies regarding the relocated communities were limited. So, as a result, we identified there are significant gaps in knowledge sharing, knowledge regarding the situation of relocated communities, especially on how their lives have progressed long term after relocation. Having said that, during the last 20 years, longitudinal studies regarding the relocated communities were limited. So as a result, we identified there are significant gaps in knowledge sharing, knowledge regarding the situation of relocated communities, especially on how their lives have progressed long term after relocation. Having said that, during the last 20 years, longitudinal studies regarding the relocated communities were limited. So as a result, we identified there are significant gaps. Hello? In sharing. I think there's some technical issue. I can actually hear my voice again and again. How their lives have progressed long term. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Professor, can you?
As a result, no, that was sort of like I could actually hear my voice again and again. Okay,
Professor, would you mind leaving the call and joining it again? I think there's a
hear my
technical issue.
voice again and again.
Yeah, if you can
okay.
leave the call and join again, that'll be great. Thank you.
Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you?
Yeah.
That was sort of like I could actually hear my voice again and again. Okay.
Yeah, actually, there's a problem. There's a technical problem. Would you mind leaving the call and then rejoining? If you can leave the call and join again, that'll be great. Thank you.
Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
That was sort of like I could actually hear my voice again and again. Okay.
Yeah, actually, there's a problem. There's a technical problem. Would you mind leaving the call and then rejoining? If you can leave the call and join again, that'll be great. Thank you.
Can you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
That was sort of like I could actually hear my voice again and again. Okay.
Yeah, actually, there's a problem. There's a technical problem. Would you? Just a couple of minutes while they figure out the problem. Thanks for your patience. Huh? Namaskar. We have having some problems getting the next person online. So, Ian, are you still there? Ian Davis?
Yes, I'm here still.
Ian, would you be willing to take a few questions? People wanted
Yes,
to
of
ask
course.
you.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
I'd be
that'll be
glad.
great. Okay, let's do that. Just for 5 to 10 minutes, few questions.
Thank you.
Ian, we have Professor Vadavan here. He had a question for you.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. It was a very insightful talk. My small question is, did you find any involvement of the people, the community, while deciding about the shelters? The bottoms-up approach, which we think is the most long-lasting, acceptable approach. Did you find any merit in that?
It has always been a really exciting thing to communicate with people who are receiving shelter. We a long time ago we tried to avoid using the word victims and use the word survivors, because people are so active in trying to sort out their own problems. And in every situation I've been to about 45 disaster situations, I think, many of them post-disaster. And there's a mood of optimism. I mean, people might have lost children, and they might have lost relatives. So there's grieving going on as well. But there's also a spirit, people are alive and they're trying to do something positive for their communities and for themselves. And tapping into this has always been interesting. I think sometimes people are very articulate and actually will say, what are you actually doing to help us? I remember after the Andhra Pradesh cyclone, which happened in the 1970s, I was there shortly afterwards, and the agency I was with presented our proposals as to where to build. This was near Vijayawada in Andhra, and as I was leaving the meeting, a man grabbed me by the shoulder and kind of shook me, really. He shook my body and said, "What are you doing for my people?" And I said, well, "We've just described it in this meeting. Were you present?" He said, "No, I was present. Yes, I heard all about it, but I don't live in this village. I live in the next village. And I want to know what's happening for us." And he then proceeded to get very angry because the Indian government had allocated different agencies for different villages and nobody had picked up their village. And I felt very concerned about this man because, as to whether he would ever get any help at all from anybody. And later on, when I was writing a book on recovery, I managed to persuade someone to go back to the village and tell me what had happened. And actually, they had got recovery and they had got support. And so the answer to your question is, wherever possible, I make a beeline to try and talk to people in a village and try and find out what's going on. Sometimes the people who help me most are people like school teachers, midwives, people who have very direct contact with the community, not necessarily the political leaders or even the local panchayats. It's just always useful to try and contact the people who know people really well. So thank you for your really helpful comment. It is the bedrock of my work. Can I just give you the conclusion from the UN study we did in 1980s, which was revised in 2012, was the primary resource in the provision of shelter comes from the affected community themselves. External groups, which could be the government or local NGOs or foreign people, external groups can help, but they must never duplicate what local people can do for themselves for their own shelter provision. And I think that's a really important point. Just to say the primary responsibility comes locally, and external groups can be extraordinarily helpful, but they must never duplicate what can be done locally. And that applies to assessing needs, it applies to actually learning and doing things constructively. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ian.
We have another question for you, Ian.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm Siddharth. I'm a PhD scholar from Amrita Ettimede campus in Coimbatore. And first of all, I'm thankful that and grateful that is it fine? Oh.
I can hear you.
Yes, sir. I'm grateful that you, with your such a long experience, are gracing all of us here, and your involvement at this stage of life sure is an inspiration to all.
Thank you.
Like while you were addressing, you showed a picture. A lady had created a blueprint for an escape route in
Yes.
her locality. I was like inquisitive and wondering as to what motivated her to build her such a because like as a common person who is living in a locality, like I don't know if anyone would think of doing such an activity.
Right, I'll tell you the background. This is a little town of squatters living beside a river in Colombia, in a place called Ibaque. And a lot of people go to this area because they're prospecting for gold. And so they go down into the river with sieves and they sieve for gold, which comes down from the river. So these people are essentially making a living out of what happens by the river. So they want to be close to the river, but it's a very dangerous river which floods frequently with flash floods. And they get about 15 minutes warning when a flash flood is coming. They've got monitoring stations up the river and sirens go off and the people have to run. They have to run very fast. And this lady ran a tobacconist shop in this little village, in this of squatters. They're squatters. They're living illegally. They shouldn't be there. The whole area has been banned for living in, but people live there because they get a livelihood from the river and there's nowhere else to live. She was very concerned about the safety of people in her village, and she tried to get people to take action from the authorities, but the authorities said, well, you shouldn't be living there anyway. And so they were very negative, but she took it into her own hands to organize drills. And she got the community to practice leaving fast. They practiced in the daytime, they practiced at nighttime. We found this all out later on that she was doing this. She even persuaded agile people who lived in houses which were safer to swap houses with older people who lived next to the river. And so they did house swaps, which didn't cost them a lot of money because the agile people said, well, we can live further away from the river, but the older people who can't move very quickly better be on higher ground. And we're really impressed with the way she set about it. And it just showed us that in a sense, people act sometimes without much help from anybody. They just know the problems best themselves, and we can perhaps get behind them and give them support. I've never come across anybody like her in all my career. She's a one-off. I've often wondered what happened to her. If ever I go back to Colombia, I'd like to go and see where she is and how she's getting on. I must ask my Colombian friend I went with, Gustavo, to see if he can track her down and see what she's still doing. It was a remarkable example of local, what we call coping strategies, people coping and people taking action. Wherever we see that, we need to nurture it and guide it. But sometimes there are bits missing. in her case, there was something missing, and that was how to get the message out through loudspeakers. So she asked the Civil Defense from Colombia to put in a loudspeaker system to give warnings, and that was put in, and so she got help in that way. But thank you for your comment, and it's great to see you because we've been in touch, and I just want to wish you well with your PhD, which is coming along really well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your blessings shall be like it will be with me, sir. And good day, sir.
Good day. Thank you very much, Shrikant.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Sheikh Omar Faye. I'm an ASF scholar, PhD. Thank you very much, Prof. Ian. I have followed keenly with your vast experience over the past 52 years.
Good.
I'm very impressed in terms of your exposure with the early warning systems that you've actually gone through for over 40 countries or so over the world. Mine has to do with, you mentioned about the artistic knowledge and skills and experience that you've used in your work and how impactful it has been in dealing with children. And hence my focus is on school children here in Alapat. I was just trying to find out if that is to happen, and let's say in the form of an intervention, I do believe that maybe there could be a form of a fast learning, fast understanding, because visual effect in most cases can easily transmit a message. Now, from where I'm coming from in Africa, of course, there are disasters taking place, but sometimes disaster varies as per the region in which you stay or where you live. So what type of advice do you think you can give in this situation, considering making it becoming more sustainable in terms of getting a proper visual effect for the children at school? Thank you.
Thank you. And very good to see you, and good wishes with your research too. Well, I draw because that's what I do. I'm an architect and have always been drawing right throughout my career. And I like to see children drawing too. I think many psychologists get children to draw after a trauma because they often articulate their deep fears and worries. So if you can get children to do some drawing after an event or even before it, that can be wonderful. You could say to children, for example, in a village in Kerala, which is subject to flooding, how can you protect your house against flooding? Start drawing something and just get them with an open question to start drawing and see what happens. Or if they've had a flooding, what did your family do in the flooding? Draw a picture of what you did. It doesn't matter if the drawing is inaccurate or vague or whatever. That's not the issue. Quality isn't the issue. It's the process that matters. It's getting the child to articulate and put on paper an idea and then to share it with other people. So I think drawing can be a remarkably effective tool. We once did some participatory rural appraisal in Burkina Faso in Africa. We got people to draw even in the mud. They were drawing in the dust with sticks and drawing pictures, they were describing some of the problems they had with drought, and just to get a visual picture of it can be very effective. What kills a lot of art off is a teacher that says that doesn't look like a house, or that house is in the wrong shape, or they say something critical, and that can stop a person drawing for the rest of their life. So we never ever criticize what people do. If the drawing, we only allow the person concerned to say if they think there's a weakness. We don't say, we just talk about the good things about the drawings. Always affirmative. Everything must be positive. And I've always been excited to see how people respond to drawings when you do them. They like them. They like seeing what you're doing. And the interesting thing is, I can remember every drawing I ever did. And I've been drawing since I was about 10. I can remember, because it takes time, and you can just reflect on it. And while you're drawing, you observe things. Last week I was out drawing in Oxford, and it just is very, the weather changed suddenly, and I saw Oxford in a very different light. And so, it's just a very exciting process. So I just encourage anyone who's watching this to start drawing. Even if you've never had any art training in your life, you start observing things and you start noticing things which you never notice when you're taking a quick picture on your iPhone. I think that's the short answer. I would just get children to draw in all circumstances, before disaster, recounting what happened during it, and persuade them to put the drawings up on the wall of the classroom and get the group to discuss them. That kind of thing can be very, very positive indeed. I really appreciate these questions, and it's just so nice to engage with everybody. And it must be it's quite hard work attending big conferences. I've been to many, and you get rather tired of listening. So it's good to have question times where people engage with each other a little bit, and I'm sure that's happening. I can see somebody about to ask another question.
Yeah. Thanks. We really appreciate your time and your patience, Ian. So we'll just have one more question, if that's okay with you.
Of course.
Two more questions. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You answered, Sheikh, my friend, about working with children, and I have a question about working with elderly people or just the adults in the community, and particularly trying to draw out from them the cultural aspects of disaster response, what has been happening over generations, pulling out from them those stories. I don't know if adults might be as amenable to drawing as children, as you suggest that children are, and what you would suggest for adults.
I think it's quite likely that older people will be much more reserved about doing drawings, and if they've never done drawings, perhaps it won't work. But they'll be able to tell their stories. I think that we talk a lot about coping strategies for people. Elderly people are often less mobile in disasters. They can't get about quite as quickly, but they've got wonderful memories of past events, and they can become the kind of key in a community to tell people about what happened in the past. And they can remind people about past disasters and where they occurred. And they can tell the community things. So I think they're both a problem, but they're also a resource. And they should be seen as a resource. So I think I'm in that category now. I'm 87 years old, and I'm boring people silly, particularly my grandchildren, by telling them stories. I think the telling of stories about what happened when you were little, in my case, the war where I was evacuated, when we had bombing of our house, and what I learned about being dislocated, it's taught me an awful lot about what happens in disaster recovery. I can remember as a 5-year-old kid what the emotions were of that. So just to unlock people's memories, give them dignity, let them share their stories, write them down, give them the floor wherever possible. I mean, many older people perhaps lack confidence because they maybe feel a bit muddled in their thinking, but that doesn't matter. Just to liberate that, it's like turning on a tap in my experience. I've always found older people in communities extraordinarily resourceful and thoughtful, and often very candid and very blunt. People would say to me when I've been in places, "Why have you come here? What right have you got to tell us things? Is it your business to tell us how to?" They're often quite blunt about it. How much are you being paid? They ask all sorts of personal questions about it, and I try and answer those things very, very accurately and engage with them. Some societies are much more blunt than others, but I just encourage everybody to perhaps I've had to learn to stop talking and to try and listen to other people's stories, and it comes like a flood. I mean, and when one person starts, another is encouraged to share their stories, and you get remarkable accounts of what's been going on in a community, and it's like a waterfall of knowledge which comes pouring out so fast you can hardly cope with it. So if there's one lesson I think I've learned in working in communities is you arrive and try and build bridges, try and talk to people. That's where drawing has helped me build some of those bridges. People sit behind you, they correct you when you're making a mistake in your drawing. They tell you that why is there a window there? There's two windows, you've only drawn one. So you can make deliberate mistakes, and then they'll correct you, and then they feel superior, and they will gives them more confidence, and so things like that can help. So listening skills are just crucial, and getting people to tell their stories, and spending time really listening, and then writing them down in the evening what happened. I'd really encourage that. So thank you for the comment about elderly people. I feel they're absolutely crucial part of the equation, and they're a wonderful kind of resource in any community anywhere. They just it's just marvelous the way they can communicate. And when they get a bit confused, and some will have a bit of dementia and so on, it doesn't matter. The others will help them and support them in that process.
Hello, Ian. This is Sudha here.
Hi.
There was one point you wanted to explain, but you didn't get enough time, and that was about debating. I just was curious about that word. So could you
Yes.
explain it? Thanks.
Yes. I was talking about debating some of the thorny issues in disaster planning, and one of them is this issue of transition housing, because one school of thought says after a disaster, like an earthquake, you have a tent or you have a improvised shelter, or people go to a host family, or they go to their relatives or something like that. And then the next stage is that they have a transition house. And the transition house is like a kind of semi-permanent shelter. And then the next stage is reconstructing their house or their apartment or whatever, which might take a long time. So, and the debate has been, do you need that middle ground? Do you need that transition house? Do you need the halfway house? Or can you go from, say, being with a host family, like being with your relatives, and then starting early reconstruction on your house or apartment or whatever? And so there's two schools of thought on it. One is that you must have this transition shelter. And one of the, if I'd had time, I'd have discussed some recent work that Maggie Stevenson's been doing in Pakistan, where she's shown that the temporary houses have a very long lifespan, and they're still in use in Pakistan after the 2005 earthquake. So 15 years after, which is a long time for a house, they've been relocated, and she said 70% of them have been moved onto flat roofs of people's houses, and they're renting them out to other people. So here's an interesting situation where these transition houses become an income source for people. But particularly where they can take them apart and rebuild them. There's also been a huge movement in Syria and in Lebanon and places where there's been warfare, where IKEA, the shop from Sweden, have been producing prefabricated houses, and they form like transition houses. So there's a debate about the value. I think sort of the debate is really, what about the value of this stage? The argument against it is that this often takes away the money for the reconstruction, and reconstruction can be quite expensive. So if you've spent all your money on halfway house, transition houses, you've blown it. You've lost the resource. So I think that's the debate. Up to now, I've always been very critical of these transition houses, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in some situations they're essential and have fulfilled a really important function, and I might need to rethink that. And I just would encourage everybody here who's involved with shelter to think about, is it best to have a two-stage to move from host families and improvised tents and so on into an early reconstruction with planning? Or is it a good idea to always think in terms of tents, host families to a temporary house, temporary structure, and then ultimately to a permanent structure? Do you need the three stages? That's the debate. And it may be that both are needed in different situations. That's one of the problems with disaster planning. We all tend to generalize too easily. One of my biggest weaknesses, I think, has been to generalize from limited evidence. And then somebody comes along with evidence to say, oh, hold on a minute, these transition shelters can become an income source and they're very useful for people. They can use them. I didn't know about that. So now you have to think again. So thank you. I just think we got to debate many issues. One of the last speaker was talking about buffer zones in Sri Lanka. That was a massive debate when it happened. The Sri Lankan government trying to stop people building on beaches and go back 100 meters from the coast. And everyone said that's not going to work because people's livelihoods will be affected. So here was a great debate going on about a knee-jerk reaction by the government and whether it was a good idea to evacuate those vulnerable coastal areas just when people needed, particularly fishermen, to work from those areas. So there are many debates, and we need to keep those debates alive. Both answers might be right in different situations. Thank you for your lovely question.
Thank you, Ian. Any more questions? I think we have a couple more minutes. No? Yeah. Okay, so I think that's it. Thanks once again, Ian. I wish you could have been here in person.
I'd like to have been with you. It's been a
Yeah.
lovely experience, and I'm looking forward to hearing more of your good presentations. Thank you for your chairmanship, and thank you for arranging this wonderful conference. It's very exciting.
Thank you all.
You must be getting very tired. It's getting on in India, but you've got still many more to come.
Yeah. It's raining right now, so the weather outside is good. So not hot. And it's tea time now. So let's take a short break and then we'll get back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. And you enjoy your tea, Ian.
Thank you very much indeed.
Namaskar.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Balaji and co-chairs. So we are continuing with the parallel sessions, right? Those who want to attend keynote sessions can come back to here, Amradeshwari Hall. Parallelly, paper presentations are going on in Mechanical Engineering Conference Hall. So those who want to attend that can join there after tea.
Could I request everyone to get settled? Isaac, Nagma. Good afternoon. I hope you all enjoyed the tea, the cookies, and the coffee. We are here for session number 4, Community Resilience, Building Stronger Communities. And we have with us Professor David Alexander. He's Professor of Emergency Planning and Management at University College London. His books include Natural Disasters, Confronting Catastrophe, Principles of Emergency Planning and Management, Recovery from Disaster with Ian Davis, and How to Write an Emergency Plan. He's the founding editor of the International Journal of Disaster Risk Reduction. And his research and teaching interests include natural hazards, earthquake disasters, and emergency planning and management. And he's currently working on a new book on emergency management. Dr. Alexander is also the Vice President of the Institute of Civil Protection and Emergency Management, the oldest learned society in its field. I just wanted to add that he just stepped down from being the editor of the International Journal of Disaster Risk Reduction, a premier journal. Its Q1 journal rose to fame very, very quickly. He's got a great group of associate editors, and I've always enjoyed getting published in that journal. I'm so honored and privileged to have him as a speaker here today. He's not able to join us in person, but he's there online. Over to you, Dr. Alexander, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry not to be with you personally, but I'm very happy to be with you online. My task today is to discuss the elements of resilience. How do we make life safer for people around the world in communities, societies, countries, and so on? Next slide, please. Well, we live in a volatile world in which change is not only inevitable, but potentially very fast and often very abrupt. It therefore can be easily unanticipated change, yet we need to confront that challenge by doing the best to anticipate changes that we possibly can in this volatile world. Next slide, please. For example, what would happen if there were a magnitude 9 earthquake rather further south on the Nankai Trough in the Pacific Ocean than the one that occurred in March 2011? Physical scenarios give us the possibility of a tsunami that would exceed 18 meters high along a coast which is low-lying, which is 500 kilometers long, and along that coast, some 60 million people live close to sea level. Now, this is something that could happen at any time. It's very much one of the principal risks around the world, and it requires careful building of scenarios, not only for the physical impact, but also for the social, economic, and psychological impacts and the response. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, however, if we look at the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, now this ought to be the, if you like, the tram lines which we use, the grand plan for countries around the world to get to grips with the disaster problem. But if we look at the midterm report on it, the director of UNDRR, Dr. Mami Mizutori, wrote that progress has stalled and in some cases even reversed. She lists very well the reasons for this. Short-termism instead of long-termism, weakened multilateralism and collaboration between countries, disconnects between the real and the financial economies, leading to inequality that has risen constantly since 1970, but is now at epic proportions. Barriers between science, perception, and risk-informed decision-making, much of which has to do with the role of technology, including social media, in shaping and forming opinions and policies. Moreover, in the world today, there are 50 major conflicts going on. We therefore need to look at the intersection between war or conflict and disaster as we struggle indeed to create safety. Next slide, please. So let's look at 4 things which we really need to confront: complexity, cascades, the context of disasters, and the need to create foresight for what might happen in the future. Next slide, please. Let's start with complexity. This is a rather busy, rather complex diagram, but perhaps that's what you would expect if we are looking at complexity. Now, future risks are going to involve the interaction between phenomena, creating compound risks, creating interconnected risks, and because we live in network societies, we're going to have to deal with cascading effects of disaster. Next slide, please. Let's simplify that a little as we confront the question of what is complexity and what effect does it have as we try to manage disasters. Climate change adaptation is now becoming such an imperative that we have disasters daily, in which we clearly need a far, far better strategy to deal with them than we have in most countries at present today. Once again, because we live in network societies, we're dealing with cascading consequences. I would like to say more shortly about the intersection between events and what this means, but let's start by looking at digital insecurity, one of the risks that we have to confront. Next slide, please. Social media and the internet are now absolutely fundamental to the way we manage life and the way we manage the risk and the occurrence of disaster. There have been subtle changes and perhaps less subtle changes over the last 10 years of history of digital life. There is no shortage of cybercrime and digital terrorism or sabotage, but there has been a shift in the center of gravity towards using electronic resources to subvert or to influence or to promote extremism. And we need to ask ourselves, what does this mean in terms of the relationship of trust, if there is trust, between populations and their authorities? That, I think, is very important to the way that risks are perceived and eventually the way that they are managed. Trust is a fundamental ingredient of that process. Next slide, please. So this then is a fundamental change that is going on right now. Now, because we are in the middle of a period of such rapid and fundamental or substantial change, it is very difficult to draw conclusions and equally difficult to arrive at adequate strategies. But at the very least, we need to be aware of what is going on and to realize that we have to devise ways of dealing with this. Now, in 1997, the sociologist Henry Quarantelli of the University of Delaware wrote a seminal and fundamental paper on the use of technology in disaster risk reduction. And he said that technology has a double life. It leads a double life, which consists of what its makers intended and what they didn't intend. Now, this, of course, complicates the scene, but we do need to bear in mind that we're dealing with a situation in which technology has more than one face to it. Its face value is multiple. For example, if we go to the next slide, thank you. We've got objective reality, which we can measure with science, where we examine things, we measure them, we endeavor to understand them using the basic principles of objectivity. But if we actually look at what is going on in the world, perceived reality is something different in many instances. This leads to a situation where we are forced to confront perceptions that deviate very substantially from those that science would warrant. So in effect, what we have is a form of manufactured reality. Consider, for example, the role of conspiracy theories, which these days tend to abound when disaster occurs. They were particularly prominent during COVID. Conspiracy theories about the disease, its origins, its propagation, about vaccination, and so on. And science was visibly struggling to deal with those things, even though any scientist would tell you that much of what was said was grossly inaccurate and unfair. Nevertheless, we have to deal with these things. Next slide, please. What we risk here is a condition which, to resurrect the old French word, we could call anomie. It's a form of nihilism in which we see a breakdown of standards and values. Now, all of this was enunciated in Émile Durkheim's book On Labour in 1893, but it is increasingly topical at present. And what it could lead to is a lack of disaster governance. So that is what we have to confront. That is the challenge we're up against. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to borrow a term, and the term is intersectionality. And let's start by considering a series of about 8 different issues. Now, many of these stem from events about 400 years ago that established a set of basic principles with which we live in the present day: sovereignty, perhaps democracy, identity, and the gradual development of notions of human rights and entitlement to them, all of which needs to be based upon legality. Now, we're in a situation now where such is the degree of flux in the world that many of these concepts are up for re-evaluation or are undergoing changes that are of a rather fundamental nature. Mobility is something that we're going to have to deal with very substantially in the future. Now, populations have always migrated, but the kind of mobility we see at present is in many respects in direct confrontation with ideas of identity and sovereignty, and indeed often with ideas of human rights. And these are things that we need to get to grips with as we try to provide safety and security in an age of enhanced disasters. Next slide, please. So intersectionality is something, and I apologize to those who use it in its more conventional term for studies of gender, race, and culture. But I would like to use it in terms of the intersection between 4 things. The causes of disaster. Most disasters are polycausal. They have immediate causes, they have long-term causes, and they have a context as well. So intersection between disaster and its context is important. Intersection between different kinds of disaster. For example, during the COVID pandemic, we had 3 major earthquakes in Greece and Turkey, in Croatia, and in Japan. Now, they required very different ways of dealing with them to the pandemic itself, and yet they were contemporary events. And of course, intersection between disaster and its social circumstances. Next slide, please. So let's look at cascades, which are part of this configuration. Next slide, please. One of the things about cascading consequences of disasters is that there is a phenomenon which we can call the escalation point, which is capable in many instances of creating a disaster that is greater than the original trigger event. Now, this occurs because of the intersection between different kinds of vulnerability. They may be social and technical, they may be psychological and economic, whatever they are. Escalation, intersection can create escalation, which can enhance the cascade and create secondary disasters of considerable import. Next, please. So when we're looking at cascades, we have direct, indirect, and secondary impacts. We have, in other words, a degree of complexity which goes far beyond the immediate effects of the primary cause of disasters. Moreover, the cascades can occur simultaneously at a variety of geographical scales, from the local to the international. In the City of London, in England, in 2017, a tall building caught fire and 72 people were killed. Now, that had immediate effects upon the rest of the city. It has since then had very dramatic effects on the rest of the country, where hundreds of at-risk buildings have been found and have to be dealt with. And that also relates to similar events that have occurred in a variety of other countries, notably Australia, France, Dubai, and Kazakhstan. In other words, we have dimensions from the local right through to the international in this cascading scenario. Next slide, please. One of the most important channels through which cascades are propagated is that of the 8 or 11 categories of critical infrastructure. My point here is that to understand this, we need to understand not merely the technological side to critical infrastructure, but also not merely the physical side, but also the cyber side and the social component of it, the managerial and the organizational component of it. In other words, we need a very holistic approach to critical infrastructure if we are to understand how it is at risk from developing disaster. Let's also remember that we're in an age in which undersea warfare has surfaced as something that may well be very important for countries around the world. And that, of course, is a direct threat to the critical infrastructure on which we all depend. Let's furthermore remember that among critical infrastructure, the king of it, the most important part of it, is electricity, because all the other categories, from communications to water supply to fuel supply to banking, the whole lot depend on the ability to supply electricity. Around the world, we have an average of one major wide area prolonged electricity outage per year. Having said that, some countries experience these things on a daily basis. But critical infrastructure has to be safeguarded in ways that are complex and that involve, one hopes, a holistic view of them rather than a more sectorial sort of view. Next slide, please. Let's look at context. Next slide, please. Now, I would like to suggest that when we analyze disasters, we need to use something like the egg model here. Now, the yolk of this is disaster itself, which we can look at in terms of vulnerability, which is the primary component of it. Vulnerability effectively determines the size, the entity, the nature of a disaster. But when we have disaster, thank you. When we have disaster, we've got the initial causes, the on-the-spot causes, the prima facie causes. Beyond those, we have dynamic pressures which are forming the root causes, often connected with vulnerability, into the precipitation of disaster when it occurs. I would argue instead, could you go back? Thank you. That we need to look at context of all of this. For example, there are contexts of poverty, deprivation and marginality, marginalization or discrimination. Next slide, please. Context gives us a sense of the general vulnerability. Here is a more formal version of the previous slide. So if we look at, say, tsunami hazard or flood hazard, what we're looking at is a specific form of vulnerability, which is in a context where we can define context as everything that has some kind of impact upon the specific vulnerability or the specific impact, for example, of a tsunami, but is not directly connected with it. And context is increasingly powerful, particularly things like political context, or economic context, or the international context indeed. For example, during COVID, many countries looked inwardly. They tried to protect themselves. What they needed to do was look at what was happening in other countries, because the development of the disease elsewhere would very soon be brought to their own doorstep. Next, please. So here is a general overall model of disaster. It's extremely simple, or if you like, simplified. But essentially, when disaster occurs, we're looking at the direct causes and the practical problems that are engendered by the direct causes. We're also looking at the long-term causes. In other words, how did things decline to the point where disaster becomes inevitable? We're looking at the underlying root causes, the motivating factors that lead us to a situation of extreme risk in which the direct causes precipitate themselves. And in terms of back again, thank you. In terms of the effects of this, we're looking at cascades at a variety of different scales, and all of that is occurring within the context that predisposes society to disaster. There is no such thing as a natural disaster, but you could argue that it is very natural of humanity to create situations in which disaster occurs. Next, please. Now, what we need in all of this is foresight. Next slide, please. The reason why, next, please. The reason why we need foresight is this. We have an increasing magnitude and frequency of disasters, particularly those that are linked to climate change. These are now daily events. Landslides, floods, earthquakes, tsunamis, the technological hazards and so on, are not merely the climate change related ones, but the geophysical and the technical ones. We have the risk of proliferating technological failure. We have the effects superimposed on that of unplanned mass migration. We have the intersection of conflict and disasters. Conflict can take various forms, from outright warfare to forms of insurgency. And we have the possibility of emerging hazards and threats. Let's remember, for example, that influenza pandemics of the non-seasonal variety have a roughly 40-year cycle of reoccurrence. And that may well mean that at any point in time, we could have the emergence of the kind of virus that is highly contagious and potentially very lethal, with perhaps a lethality rate of more than 10%, as we had over the period 1918 to 1920. We have no idea how many people died in that particular episode, but it was certainly more than 50 million and possibly as many as 100 million. Next slide, please.
Professor Alexander,
The essence of,
you have 10 minutes. Is that
thank you. I'm fairly close to the end. The essence of foresight is that it can provide us with an envelope of scenarios. We can use counterfactual analysis, in other words, a rigorous analysis of what if. What would happen if things had been worse last time, or if things had been better last time? That's downward and upward counterfactual analysis, respectively. And scenarios, wherever we can create them, are the essential basis for decent emergency planning, where we anticipate what may well happen. Next slide, please. Next, please. Thank you. I would like to say a few words about warning. Could you go back one, please? The importance of early warning. Next slide, please. Now, what you were looking at there in this slide, next slide, please. What you were looking at there is the effects of massive flooding in Valencia in Spain. Now, the first time I saw flooding in this area was in 1972, and it is depressing to see a lack of progress in confronting the flood hazard since then in such an area. Any warning system has to include the technical, the organizational, and the social components. Now, in the case of Valencia, the problems really arose with the second and third subsystem. Next slide, please. Decision-making, the decision to warn, the means by which warning is disseminated and the response to it, which will depend also in the amount of faith, in other words, trust, that the people put in the warning itself and the emitters of the warning. Now, this is where Valencia and southeast Spain fell down. It doesn't always work like this. For example, in the earthquake of the 1st of January this year in Western Japan, a tsunami occurred after only 1.5 minutes, which really wasn't enough time to provide warning. And of course, the problem arises with near-field earthquakes producing near-field tsunamis, where the warning time is simply too limited. But in most cases, warning is at least theoretically possible, and let's hope it's practically possible if we have all three subsystems, but we cannot do without any one of them. We have to have all three. Next slide, please. The solution, very briefly, next. Resilience, the ability to overcome impacts of large negative events, and that means resisting them and adapting to the hazards. Next, please. Resilience involves a series of ingredients which are as much social as they are technical. We need to adapt. We need to provide alternative solutions. It needs to be participatory. Communication needs to be good, and it is essential. And we need to develop the appropriate attitudes. Next, please. But what is resilience? Is it an objective? Is it a process or a strategy? It's certainly, we need to question whether it means restoring things as they were, when very often we need greater, not the same level of security and safety. And what exactly is the scale at which we should practice resilience? If it is that of the community, the problem is that community has no inherent geographical scale. Next, please. And is resilience the opposite of vulnerability? Our studies in Asia suggest that the answer is, well, not entirely. This means that if you reduce vulnerability, you don't automatically increase resilience to the same degree, because the two phenomena can coexist. Next, please. So one of the problems with resilience is that it rather depends upon a return to some form of stability. But we exist in a world in which the game is changing so fast, the goalposts are moving so fast, that the players simply cannot keep up with them. Change is accelerating, moreover, and hence stability is very much something that we're not getting. So the question then is, can we actually create resilience? And if not, what might the alternatives be? Next, please. Nevertheless, disaster risk reduction needs to be stable and sustainable. It needs to be part of a general sustainability agenda for all countries. Next, please. So, as we create sustainability on a general level, that needs to include a sustainable policy and strategy of disaster risk reduction, including the ability to respond to disaster and the ability to do something to protect populations against future disasters. Next, please, of all kinds. Sustainable emergency management on the response side is locally based. It must be harmonized nationally and regionally, but it must be locally based. It must have the involvement of the population, the local population. It's a form of participatory democracy. It must have plans, they must be well known, and they must be frequently revised, and it must be taken seriously as an everyday service. Next, please. So, strongly based at the local level, fully integrated, robust and flexible, able to absorb change, and part of the sustainability agenda. Next, please. a system should look something like that, in which the emphasis should be on the operational level, because all disasters have as their theatre of operations the local level, no matter how large they are. Even a tsunami for the entire Indian Ocean basin is a local affair in terms of managing the response. Next, please. And that will mean in the future saving lives, limiting damage, and launching recovery. I believe worldwide that we need civil protection systems that are not merely greater and better equipped and more potent than they are now, but they are an order of magnitude bigger and better than we have now. The only way to ensure an adequate response to events that we cannot avoid. Next, please. So to conclude, next, please. The future will not be the same as the past. We have valid lessons from the past that we need to incorporate, but we need to be much more serious about safeguarding citizens, which is the job of a government, but it is also the role of all of us, because every single one of us is part of civil protection. Next, please. And we also need to ask, in an age of relativity driven by technological change, particularly in forms of communication and the provision of information, what exactly is the value of hard scientific information? And that is as yet not a fully answered question. Next, please. So my final slide is that we need to create a culture of civil protection which is rational, which involves trust between the various participants, which is habitual, which makes the best use of the talents, the abilities, and the organization that we have in society, and which uses the instruments we have, mass media, social networks, social media, internet, all the rest of it, in fostering education and creating and augmenting that culture. And that brings me to the end. So I thank you very much for listening. Final slide, please. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Professor Alexander. I love that last slide as well. Where was this taken?
This, in fact, was taken in Tsunami, which is one of the towns on the Sanriku coast of eastern Japan. It was taken in a hotel there. Tsunami was completely overwhelmed and largely destroyed by the 2011 tsunami, which is why we've been spending a considerable amount of time there studying the recovery process and what it involves. Incidentally, one thing it does involve is this slide obviously doesn't show it, but the preservation of memory of the tsunami, of people's stories of how they survived during the tsunami and how they survived during the aftermath and recovery period of it, all of which is very precious.
Yes, that's wonderful. Thank you so much. I think you may have missed the opening. In the morning, we had the benedictory address, and our speaker, Swamiji, said about the memories, the importance of memories and local knowledge. So you found the same thing there. So we have some time for question and answers. And if it's okay with you, we would not only ask questions about your presentation here, but some other experiences that you have as the editor, if that's okay, because we have some students here who might be interested in that. So any questions? I hope there are many.
I can see a hand raised on the screen here. So
Are
Dr.
there
Mohammed.
microphones being passed around? Where's the, yes, please.
Dr. Mohammed, would you like to ask your?
Kindly introduce yourself and then kindly introduce yourself, Professor.
Can I ask you a question?
Who's that?
Just,
there's somebody online. Yes, sure. We'll let you go first.
Thank you very much. It was excellent to see you and excellent to hear you. There's lots of beautiful things which you have presented. I really enjoyed listening and seeing you. I have one specific question. We're talking about emerging the hazard or emerging kind of disaster. I would love to hear what were you thinking about it, because there are also many things that we did not know about it before, and we did not take some action on it, but now it's becoming more and more difficult for us. Maybe you can elaborate on that if you can. Thank you.
Very pleased to. At the moment, we're gearing up to study foresight, hopefully in a more rigorous and comprehensive way. Now, foresight involves endeavoring to foresee what in the future might be important. It is not prediction. It is instead the structured and hopefully rigorous investigation of what might happen. There are about 35 different methodologies that can be used to generate foresight. What we are looking for are essentially two things which we can call weak signals and wild cards. Weak signals involve trends or developments that are currently not necessarily very important, but in the future might come to the fore, and possibly very quickly or abruptly. Wild cards are events that precipitate these weak signals to become important. So the questions we have to ask are, in the future, of the things that we're not currently focusing on, what might instead become very fundamental, very important? If I look back 50 years, I can remember what the debates were, what mattered to people, what seemed important, and they were really quite different to what they are now. Therefore, in 50 years' time, we can be assured that the priorities of the world, the debates and so on, will all be quite different to what matters at present. Now, what we can do is at least trace some of the underlying factors and the signals to see whether, in fact, we can judge what might be important. One example of this is indeed the case of undersea warfare, which a year or two ago nobody was talking about, but since then we've had a number of sabotage events in different parts of the world which have suggested that we are very vulnerable to the loss of extremely fundamental parts of our critical infrastructure. You only need to chop off a couple of cables and about half of Africa is deprived of international or at least intercontinental internet access. For example, we have the transmission of utilities, gas, electricity, and so on under the sea, all of that. And the question is, what sorts of total warfare are we going to have to deal with in the future? At the same time, we've got questions about more natural events, from the possibility of disease outbreaks and so on to the questions of highly unusual natural events. A VEI7 volcanic eruption, volcanic explosivity index level 7. Now that would in fact have a very profound impact on the food chain and world agriculture. Or a magnitude 9 earthquake. Only 5 such events have been properly recorded around the world in the past. What would that mean for our ability to adapt to a situation which very suddenly becomes very, very different?
Thank you, Dr. Mukhtari. Professor Vishwanathan.
Thank you, Professor Alexander, for your wonderful presentation. A lot of insights about how do we approach the whole problem, the complexities underlying that. My question is basically, look at the whole problem from the perspective of the north-south divide. Because if you see the problems largely emerging, we see that most of these climate problems are affecting the countries in the south. And maybe US may be an exception. But we see much of the problem happening in the south. So where there is a lot of need for managing the change, managing the growth, managing sustainability, managing resources, managing population, all those problems that we are actually facing, affecting the problem of sustainability. Now, in this context, how do we actually make a kind of a, the polluters pay principle kind of an approach where we see that much of the developed world, they have been responsible for all these problems. And we in the South are actually facing the outcomes of those, no? The impact of those. Now, how do we make a kind of a sharing and caring kind of a approach where those who are responsible for the problem help the poor people, poor countries in terms of technology transfer and all those things? How we actually look at this, the whole dynamics from that perspective? Thank you.
Gosh, I wish I had an adequate answer to that. I believe that this is an eminently solvable problem, except for just one thing, which is the balance of power in the world, which is worsening. We have had the concentration of wealth and the divide between rich and poor has increased constantly since 1970 to 1973 and continues to do so at an accelerating rate. This also concentrates power in the hands of very few people who are currently behaving in a very arbitrary way. I suspect that the survival of the human race depends upon changing that situation in the long term. Here we really do need foresight, and we really do need the understanding of the context in which disaster occurs. If we had a fairer sharing of resources, it would enable us all to live fairly well, and it would provide the resources that could be used, always assuming that we have responsible governments and we have that form of participatory democracy, never mind political democracy, participatory democracy where people in fact can look after their own safety and security in concert with governments who have the mandate to do that for them as well. It's all very well to say these things, but at present it's hard to see how this is going to be accomplished. All I can say is that we're going to need a change of some kind, a very profound change in the balance of power in order to provide a fairer distribution of resources. And once we have that fairer distribution, we know how to apportion those resources and how to use them. We've got plenty of scientific backup to what we need to do. The question is, will we be able to do it?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor Ian, you had a question?
Oh, it's nice to talk to you, David. Can you
It's
hear me?
great to.
Just
Yes, I can.
that your cascading effect of disasters, just a bit of information. You rightly said that after the Grenfell Tower fire, it affects every tower block almost in the country in Britain. And it's going to take 10 years to fix them because it's very expensive. The cladding has to be taken off and something has to be put in its place. And they're already halfway through it, and it's going to cost billions of pounds. But what's happened in the last year is extraordinary for the education of architects. My son's an architect in a major practice in London, and he's now got to be accountable, legally accountable, if he's leading a team on a project for public safety. This has just come in, and there are courses running all over the country for architects in how to adapt to the new legislation. So it's not only affecting buildings, it's affecting the entire profession, where as a result of the mixed accountability after Grenfell, where there was a lot of fudging, everybody was buck passing and saying it's not my fault, it's nothing to do with me. The government have pinned it right down to the architect and said the architectural profession, who ultimately design these buildings, are going to be legally accountable, and they have to understand that level, and they can go to prison if they do not do their job properly. So it's having a dramatic effect right throughout every architectural office in the country. And it's interesting to see how a cascade of one disaster not only affects the physical infrastructure, but the entire educational structure and the professional liability structure. So it's a remarkable effect. Forbes tends to follow failure, and it's lots of forms are changing. Sorry, that wasn't a question, it's an observation.
A very interesting observation. I wasn't aware, in fact, that it had reached that level, but that is further confirmation. And to that, we have to add the fact that people could not sell their accommodation that they had bought in such blocks because it was unsaleable, because it was unsafe. There are enormous arguments about who should pay for the retrofitting of buildings that were unsafe. People had to live in buildings that could catch fire dramatically at any point in time, which some of them actually did. The initial estimate was that there were about 511 buildings in this category around the country, was later revised to more than 2,000. The whole thing started in London with the immediate evacuation of a series of tall buildings and problems about where to put people when there was a shortage of accommodation throughout the city, and particular problems for people who lived in such buildings who were people with disabilities. And then the question of, well, what is France, Australia, or Kazakhstan going to do about such risks? And so on. So what you saw was the cascading effects running at a whole series of different geographical scales simultaneously in a whole series of different dimensions, as it were. Legislative, architectural, engineering, manufacturing, social, psychological, public administration, etc., international relations, the whole lot. It also reminds me that when Europe had to shut down 70% of its air traffic for nearly 1 week in the eruption of the Icelandic volcano Eyjafjallajökull in 2010, this had effects on all sorts of things you just wouldn't expect. Bone marrow transplants, because the bone marrow couldn't be air freighted in time. Symphony orchestras were losing revenue because they couldn't go on tour. Cut flowers sold in Europe are largely produced in Africa and they didn't arrive. And you could go through a huge number of things. There were fantastic imbalances in the cost and the availability of transportation and hospitality throughout the continent. And so on and so forth. And these are merely illustrations that when something happens, there's a great long chain of consequences, including things that unless you study cascading seriously, you're never going to get to grips with at all until they come and bite you.
Thank you so much. Great examples for us to note. We have one question from the student here. And after that, we'll have one last question. So if anyone wants to bid for that. Harichandana, go on.
Thank you, Dr. Alexander. Was really nice hearing from you again. I've had the pleasure of meeting you before during Radix meetings during my MSc at KCL. But I just wanted to hear your thoughts on how do we effectively deliver early warning dissemination for varying degrees of cascading events, which is cascading events of a varying magnitude. And as the hazard moves downstream, how do we effectively give early warning for each interaction or each of the...
Right. Okay, the basis of this are really two things. One is competent and constant monitoring of what is going on. And the second is the situational awareness, or the creation of the common operating picture. Okay, once the authorities, the emergency managers and others have that, then they need to be able to disseminate information to those who need it, perhaps those who need to evacuate, or the general public,